Chapter 181. Following that, Xian started to rummage through the cabinets, pouring out the items from Song Suijing one by one. In just a short while, he had rolled his eyes more than 10 times. What kind of crap was in this universe ring? Hey, you bastard, forget about taking my things. Why are you throwing my things around? Song Suijing said angrily. At this time, the cave was already filled with a large pile of girls' clothes. There was a large pile of outer clothing, and there were also many undergarments that had Song Suijing's body scent. Xian could not bear to look at it. Xian was convinced. He rummaged through the universe ring and absorbed everything that he could, but it was only a small amount. He could not even compare to a small team of 20 people. Was Song Suijing really the princess of the Great Song dynasty? Could it be that everything is with her brother? Xian thought in astonishment. But the harvest was not bad. At this time, he was holding Song Suijing's high-grade spirit treasure sword, Autumn Water Sword. But this sword was smaller than a normal sword by size, so it was obviously for a girl. He kept the Autumn Water Sword in the swallowing space, then asked in astonishment, "Why are you so poor? You're not a fake princess, right?" "What fake? We are here to participate in the Soaring Firmament Mansion's examination. We just need to bring some healing medicine. Why do we need so many things?" Song Suijing retorted. "We?" Xian rolled his eyes again. That meant Adjudicator Song was the same? Was this still the Crown Prince? Was this still a dynasty's Crown Prince and Princess? Tang Tian could easily take out 2,000 middle-grade crystals, but they did not have anything. This Song Suijing is also a true profound realm martial artist. She is one of the strongest in this dynasty, so she did not need to give her things to Adjudicator Song. Seems like what she said was true. Xian was slightly helpless, but he obtained a middle-grade spirit weapon, which was not bad. "Hey, bastard, let me go. After I enter the Soaring Sky Mansion, I'll find someone to give you crystal stones. How many do you need? 100,000 or 200,000? Song Suijing directly offer price. "How much do you think the heavenly abode is worth?" Xian suddenly asked. This question stumped Song Suijing. With Xian keeping the two siblings in check, it was still not certain who would emerge victorious in this war. If he won, he would enter the abode of heaven. If he lost, he would enter the abode of hell. With your aptitude, entering the heavenly abode will quickly eliminate you. Come, why don't you choose the manner of hell? As long as you let me go, I'll give you 500,000 low-grade crystals, Song Suijing said again. Eliminated? Xian chuckled and said, "I remember that you were 17 years old when you reached the early stage of the true profound realm. I'm also at the early stage of the true profound realm, but I'm 1 year younger than you. It seems that you're not that great of a princess of the Great Song." "What? You're younger than me?" Song Suijing was shocked. When she looked at Xian's body and face, she thought he was older than Judge Song. But she couldn't be blamed for this because Xian had fused with the 100 Beast bloodline and reached the mid-stage. That was why he looked much more mature. Besides, he was only 16 years old physically, but his mental age was much older than the others. "If I'm going to be eliminated, you and your brother will be the same after entering the heavenly abode." Xian coldly harumphed. "Who told you that? My brother is already at the peak of the true profound realm, and he can enter the heavenly abode. He only participated in the test to help me. As long as he enters the heavenly abode, he will be able to receive special training and break through to the divine core realm." Song Suijing corrected. "Peak of the true profound realm?" Xian was shocked. He thought Judge Song was only at the mid-stage true profound realm, but she was already at the peak of the true profound realm. It looked like Tang Tian's information was too outdated. At the same time, he was covered in cold sweat. If he were to fight Judge Song alone, he would probably be instantly killed. "It's just the peak of the true profound realm. Just give me half a year, and I'll be able to break through. It's nothing," Xian said stubbornly. But what he said was the truth. As long as he had enough resources, he would be able to break through to the divine core realm in no time. "You're from a low-rank empire. It's not easy for you to break through to the true profound realm. Just let me go, and I'll let bygones be bygones." Song Suijing continued. Let bygones be bygones, including when I touched your breasts just now? Yixian suddenly raised his head. You bastard, how dare you ruin my chastity? You're courting death. Song Suijing immediately remembered what had happened. She clenched her little fist and threw herself at Yixian. But she didn't have any Xian energy left, so she was easily caught by Yixian and pushed back into the cave. What happened? Outside the cave, Judge Song heard the commotion and hastily asked, Nothing, your sister tried to kill me. Yixian replied, Brother, I'm fine. Song Suijing replied. But after saying that, she glared at Yixian fiercely and threatened, If you tell anyone about this, you'll definitely die a horrible death. TSK bitch, go away, don't bother me. Yixian said impatiently. Then he closed his eyes and started resting. Song Suijing saw that there was no way to turn the situation around, so she had no choice but to put away the storage ring and her clothes. At the same time, she glared at Yixian as if she wanted to eat him. Then she walked to the end of the cave. Although Yixian had his eyes closed, Song Suijing's actions couldn't escape his senses. Running away was impossible. After a while, Song Suijing quietly walked in front of Yixian. But before Yixian could open his eyes, she blushed and whispered, Bastard, I want to go to the bathroom. Go to the corner. Yixian didn't open his eyes and lightly replied, You, Song Suijing wanted to hack Yixian to death. Women are all the same. I can have as many as I want. I don't need to look at you. Yixian added. Song Suijing almost went berserk when he heard this. You're comparing me to other women? Song Suijing resisted the anger in her heart and asked, Isn't it just one chest and one ass? Don't tell me that the Song Dynasty's princess has an extra chest. Yixian retorted, You scoundrel, I didn't ask you to let me go. Will it kill you to go out once? Song Suijing angrily shouted, No, go to the corner. Otherwise, you can pee in your pants. Yixian said and didn't pay her any more attention. It was just a toilet. Any place would be fine. Why did she have to go to the forest? Wasn't she afraid of poisonous snakes? Song Suijing gritted her teeth and fiercely glared at Yixian for a while. Then, she slowly walked to the corner. She hesitated for a while. The cave was very dark. She could barely see Yixian's figure. She guessed that Yixian was the same. She glanced at Yixian again and gritted her teeth. Then, she walked to the corner and quietly unfastened her belt and squatted down. While she was relieving herself, Song Suijing stared at Yixian, afraid that he would suddenly stand up. Splash! The sound of flowing water entered Yixian's ears. Chapter 182. Yixian suddenly opened his eyes. He originally thought that Song Suijing was just pretending to be relieving herself and wanted to play a trick on him. He did not expect that she really needed to pee. Although the cave was very dark, he had the blood of the shadow leopard in his body, so he had night vision. When he opened his eyes, a white but came into view. Countless alpacas were galloping in his heart. If you really need to pee, you should have told me. Am I that unreasonable? Yixian thought to himself. Although this was what he said in his heart, his eyes were honest as he stared without blinking. He wasn't peeking, he was looking openly. Moreover, Song Suijing did not know that he was looking openly. This feeling was indescribably satisfying. When he saw that Song Suijing was almost done, Yixian suddenly coughed, reminding himself not to be seduced by her beauty. However, this cough almost scared Song Suijing to death. Her whole body trembled violently. She did not even bother to wipe herself off. She quickly pulled up her pants and stood up. You bastard, are you peeking? Song Suijing asked suspiciously. I just heard the sound of water. It's so dark. Can you see if my eyes are open or closed? Yixian retorted. Song Suijing snorted softly. She ignored Yixian and walked to another corner to lie down. In her heart, she thought that Yixian was not that bad. He did not take the opportunity to mess around. Time passed bit by bit. Yixian was still sitting there with his eyes closed. He was still checking the things in the devouring system. Song Suijing, on the other hand, fell asleep for some reason. However, in the middle of the night, Yixian suddenly heard a strange sound. Yixian opened his eyes and found Song Suijing lying in the corner. However, her body was trembling slightly. Her hands were still clutching her lower abdomen. Her beautiful brows were furrowed, as if she was enduring the pain. At this time, Yi Xian remembered that he had just hit her twice. Although the second slap was not heavy, the first slap was not merciful. Furthermore, Song Suijing did not have any Xianxia in her body. She could not suppress her illness at all. Yi Xian quietly stood up and walked over. He gently placed his hand on Song Suijing's lower abdomen. A gentle Xian qi flowed from his palm and entered Song Suijing's body. It began to relieve her pain. The unconscious Song Suijing opened his eyes abruptly. When he saw the black figure in front of him, he immediately opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly. But before she could make a sound, Yi Xian covered her mouth. "Don't shout. Eat this pill, and you'll feel better." Yi Xian exchanged an expensive healing pill from the devouring system. He directly stuffed it into Song Suijing's mouth and used his Xian Qi to help her refine it. When the pill entered her stomach, it immediately turned into a warm current. Song Suijing's pain was also reduced by more than half because of this. Then, Yi Xian returned to his original position. Song Suijing originally thought that Yi Xian would kill her and then escape. She did not expect that he would treat her injuries. What kind of pill is this? It's so magical. I don't think I've seen it before in the Great Song Dynasty. Song Suijing thought in her heart. Yi Xian sat with his eyes closed for the entire night. The next morning, Adjudicator Song, who was outside the cave, shouted loudly to confirm Song Suijing's safety. Song Suijing had already woken up. After a night of recovery, her injuries were completely healed. "Brother, I'm fine," Song Suijing replied, and then walked in front of Yi Xian. Only now did she see Yi Xian's resolute face. "Thank you for the pill," Song Suijing said. Yi Xian closed his eyes and said, "If you die, I will also be hacked to death by your brother." But then he felt a headache. Song Suijing began to tempt him again. He endured Song Suijing's temptation and thought, "I wonder what's going on outside." Although Tang Tian is missing an arm, with Adjudicator Song and Song Suijing here, there is no one outside who can pose a threat to him. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since Yi Xian kidnapped Song Suijing. In these 3 days, Adjudicator Song was very obedient, but Song Suijing gave Yi Xian a headache. The price Song Suijing proposed was as high as 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones, which should be enough for Yi Xian to break through to the middle stage of the true profound realm. However, Yi Xian resisted the temptation. However, on the 3rd day, when the sky brightened, an old voice resounded in the sky. "The battle between the dynasties is over. No one is allowed to attack again. Violators will be disqualified." After hearing this voice, Yi Xian also felt a sense of relief. He heaved a sigh of relief. The assessment was finally over. Hand over the antidote." Song Suijing heard the voice and walked over with an unhappy face. It seemed that she was destined to enter the heavenly abode. However, she guessed that the soaring firmament mansion would make an exception to accept Adjudicator Song into the heavenly abode, so she wasn't worried. Yi Xian also got up from the ground in exchange for 2 antidotes. The poison in the Devourer system had a set of antidotes, but the price was not cheap. The 7 days death pill and Qi scattering pill, plus the 2 antidotes, Yi Xian spent a total of 10 million Devourer points, which was extremely expensive. However, only 10 million points to enter the heavenly abode was already very good. After all, he could resist the temptation of 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. "Take it." Yi Xian casually threw the antidote to Song Suijing. Song Suijing took a look at the antidote and said in shock, "The 7 days death pill is real." "Nonsense. Do you think I'm bluffing you? If you don't believe me, you can wait a few more days and see if there will be pus and ulcers." Yi Xian rolled his eyes, but the shocking effect was fake. "You vicious bastard. You actually poisoned me?" Song Suijing angrily shouted. She thought that Yi Xian's first poison was fake because she didn't feel anything after eating it. Yi Xian really relied on the second Qi scattering pill. She didn't expect that the poison was real. "Naive girl," Yi Xian casually said and walked out, just in time to bump into Adjudicator Song. Without waiting for Adjudicator Song to speak, Xian said, "The poison in your sister's body has been detoxified." Hearing this, Adjudicator Song directly said, "Good, brother. You are indeed a man of your words. I, Adjudicator Song, will consider you a friend." Although Xian felt guilty for using Song Sui Jing to threaten him, but they were enemies before, and he couldn't be merciful to an enemy. Furthermore, he had accepted Tang Tian's crystal stones, so he had to do this. Xian nodded slightly and directly walked to the entrance of the cave. At this moment, a soaring firmament rock slowly descended from the sky. When it landed, Adjudicator Song also coincidentally walked out. After seeing the soaring firmament mansion's elder on the soaring firmament rock, Adjudicator Song respectfully cupped his fists and said, "Grandfather." End of chapter. Chapter 183. This name frightened Xian. Grandfather? This elder of the soaring sky mansion was actually the retired emperor of the Great Song dynasty. "You're interesting. You dare to kidnap my granddaughter." Song Cheng glanced at Xian. Xian was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He hurriedly cupped his fist and said, "Please forgive me, senior. As an elder of the soaring sky mansion, this old man must be fair and just. However, if anything happens to Sui Jing, even if you enter the heavenly abode, this old man will definitely think of ways to kill you. Fortunately, you didn't make a big mistake." Song Cheng turned to Judge Song and said, "Judge, I'm very disappointed in you. I know I was wrong." Judge Song cupped his fist and said, "This battle between the dynasties was supposed to crush the Great Tang dynasty. However, the Great Song dynasty lost because of him. You must remember this lesson. Fortunately, that Tang Tian is a useless person. Even if you were restrained, he wouldn't be able to do much and still lost." Song Cheng said slowly. "What?" Hearing this, Xian and the other two were shocked. How did the Great Tang dynasty lose? F*CK. What the hell is going on? Could it be that someone discovered our nest? Xian was extremely astonished. Then the elder continued, "Brat, I heard that the illusion array was set up by you and the effect was not bad. It's a pity that someone was discovered when he went out for a breather and exposed those caves before he died." Xian was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. Those caves were big enough for more than 100 people to move around, but there were still people who went out for a breather. Most importantly, after he was discovered, he actually revealed everything to the others. Even if they died, they couldn't let others live. Their moral integrity was broken. This wasn't important. What was important was that he had rejected the temptation of the Song Sui Jing. If he knew that he would lose, he would play the Song Sui Jing. At least he could get 10,000 middle-grade crystals and break through to the middle stage of the true profound realm. Sigh. Xian shook his head helplessly. This was fate. When the old man saw Xian's expression, he said, "Kid, I think highly of you. It's a pity that you belong to the Great Tang dynasty and lost. Otherwise, I would definitely leave a spot for you." Although Xian was Caiju Song's enemy, that was in the past. Now that the War of the Dynasties was over, this was already in the past. Furthermore, nothing had happened to Song Sui Jing, so he would not pursue this matter. "Grandpa, what are you saying? This bastard almost poisoned me to death," Song Sui Jing said in dissatisfaction. "I'm just stating facts. I haven't said anything about you. You fell into the enemy's trap so easily." The old man looked at Song Sui Jing and said. When Song Sui Jing heard this, she did not say anything. This matter was really because of her. Fortunately, the Great Song dynasty still won. Otherwise, she would die of guilt. "All right, come on up," Song Cheng said. Xian and the other two jumped onto the soaring sky rock one after another. Then, the soaring sky rock took more than 2 hours to arrive at the entrance of the valley. At this moment, there were already hundreds of people gathered here. Xian roughly estimated that there were not many people left in the Great Song dynasty. There were only about 100 people left. As for the Great Tang dynasty, there were only about 40 people left. It was also because of this that the assessment ended. The soaring sky rock slowly descended. Yi Xian and the other two jumped onto the ground and instantly became the focus of attention. Tang Tian, who had lost an arm, immediately revealed a fierce expression when he saw Caijue Song. When Mo Wen saw that Yi Xian was still alive, he also heaved a sigh of relief. When Yang Tai saw Song Cheng, he also said loudly, "All right, the second round has ended. The winner is the Great Song Dynasty." The Great Song Dynasty has won 2 rounds in a row. 10 people will enter the Heavenly Abode. The remaining people will be divided into the Profound Abode and Yellow Abode. The Great Tang Dynasty won first and then lost. 20 people will enter the Underworld Abode. The remaining people will also enter the Yellow Abode. Next, it was the Guardians' turn to report the people they thought highly of. Mo Wen also reported Yi Xian's name. On the Great Song Dynasty's side, other than Caijue Song and Song Suijing, there were 5 people at the pinnacle of the true energy realm. The remaining 3 people were naturally at the intermediate stage of the true energy realm. As for the Great Tang Dynasty, other than Tang Tian and Yi Xian, there were only 2 warriors at the pinnacle of the true energy realm. As for the rest, they were at the intermediate stage of the true energy realm. However, at this moment, Song Suijing suddenly said to Song Cheng, "Grandfather, I'm not going to the Heavenly Abode. I want to go to the Underworld Abode." "What?" Song Cheng said in shock. "You have already won. What are you going to the Underworld Abode for?" "Little sister, what's wrong with you?" Caijue Song was also puzzled. He could have entered the Heavenly Abode directly. He participated in the assessment so that Song Suijing could enter the Heavenly Abode with him. But now, Song Suijing actually took the initiative to go to the Underworld Abode. "Grandfather, the pressure in the Heavenly Abode is too great. Inside, they're all at the pinnacle of the true profound realm. Brother is already at the pinnacle of the true profound realm, so he can keep up, but I'm only at the early stage of the true profound realm. I am afraid that I will be swept out very quickly. So, I think it is better to go to the Underworld Abode." Song Suijing explained. "What nonsense! How many people dream of entering the Heavenly Abode, but you want to withdraw? You are simply looking down on the authority of the Soaring Heaven Mansion." Song Cheng said in anger. "Grandfather, you just said that I'm seriously lacking in experience. Since that is the case, then I will give up on the Soaring Heaven Mansion and travel outside." Song Suijing began to threaten. "You..." Song Cheng was so infuriated that he could not say a single word. "Little sister, are you serious?" Caijue Song suddenly thought of something and asked, "And if I don't go to the Underworld Abode, I will not enter the Soaring Heaven Mansion." Song Suijing said solemnly. "Good." Caijue Song nodded his head. Then he turned around and said, "Grandfather, let her go then." In fact, Song Cheng knew how great the pressure in the Heavenly Abode was. In recent years, no new disciples had joined the Heavenly Abode of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Those who stayed there were all senior disciples, and almost all of them were at the peak of the true profound realm. Almost all of them were in secluded cultivation in their residences, desperately trying to break through to the divine core realm. If Song Suijing entered the Heavenly Abode, she wouldn't be able to stay for long. It wasn't because she would be eliminated, it was because there was no one to talk to her. But the Underworld Abode was different. There were many more disciples in the Underworld Abode, and they could exchange pointers and go out to train. The atmosphere was much better than the Heavenly Abode. Song Cheng thought for a moment. Then he nodded his head and said, "All right, but after you enter the Underworld Abode, you can't relax, do you understand?" "Thank you, grandfather." Song Suijing hurriedly nodded her head. He was the chief examiner of the Great Song Dynasty, and he had the authority to decide who would enter the Heavenly Abode. All he needed to do was to inform Yang Tai. After getting the approval, Caijue Song looked at Song Suijing helplessly. Of course, he could guess what Song Suijing was thinking. He whispered, "Little sister, after you enter the Underworld Abode, don't cause any trouble." Into Chapter 184. "Got it." Song Suijing nodded obediently. "All right, then I'll go inform Brother Yi." Song Caijue said as he ran towards the Great Tang Dynasty's camp. "Brother, don't..." Before Song Suijing could react, Song Caijue had already arrived. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was talking to Mo1, looked at Song Caiyue, who suddenly ran in front of him and asked in surprise, "What's the matter?" There was only him and Mo1 here, so Song Caiyue must have come to find him. "Brother Yi, although my great Tang dynasty won, my sister has chosen to enter the abode of hell. I hope, brother, you can take care of her," Song Caiyue said. Yi Xian heard this and said in shock, "What? Not going to the heavenly abode?" "Yes, she has no confidence in herself, so she chose the abode of hell. I hope you can forgive her for offending you before." Song Caiyue nodded. "Why not go to the heavenly abode, but come to the abode of hell? Is there a need to do this to seek revenge?" Yi Xian said subconsciously. At this moment, a beautiful figure ran from not far away. "You're right. I'm here to seek revenge. Wash your neck and wait for your death." The person who came was Song Suijing, and her voice was not soft, which immediately attracted the attention of the people around her. No one present did not recognize the great Song princess, so they immediately guessed what Yi Xian had done to make Song Suijing so angry. "Brother Yi, she's used to being unruly. Please don't take it to heart," Song Caiyue hurriedly said. Yi Xian was also helpless and said, "Revenge is revenge. Why come out of the heavenly abode? Do you know how many people want to enter the heavenly abode? Why do you care? I can go wherever I want. Are you afraid?" Song Suijing lightly snorted. "Just kidding." Yi Xian was too lazy to care. Although Song Suijing had a top-grade spiritual level martial art, after entering the Lingxiao mansion, he could also learn it. At that time, he would definitely be able to oppress Song Suijing. "Brother Yi, then I'll leave my little sister in your care," Judge Song said in a low voice. After hearing this, Song Suijing immediately complained, "Brother, are you treating me like a pet? What do you mean by take care of me? Little sister, we are all fellow disciples. Don't go overboard." Judge Song didn't pay attention to him. After saying that, he turned around and ran away. "F***, why are you running? I haven't even agreed yet." Yi Xian rolled his eyes. This pair of siblings was really weird. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that he was going to have a tough time in the coming days. Song Suijing bore a grudge against him and would definitely find trouble with him. Furthermore, there was another problem, and that was Tang Tian. Tang Tian had one of his arms chopped off by Adjudicator Song, leaving him with only his right hand, yet Adjudicator Song was calling him a brother. He glanced over, and, as expected, Tang Tian was already looking at him with a gaze that seemed to want to eat him alive. Adjudicator Song probably didn't do it on purpose. What a tragedy, Yi Xian bitterly said in his heart. He only wanted to level up and didn't want to cause too much trouble. However, he was now a person with status, and that was a disciple of Soaring Heaven Mansion. If Tang Tian wanted to deal with him, he would have to weigh his own weight. "You bastard, be careful in the future. Who knows when I will stab you with my sword?" Song Suijing whispered to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was too lazy to pay attention to her. Although Adjudicator Song asked him to take care of Song Suijing, he didn't agree. Moreover, Song Suijing was such a big person. How could she run away? After that, the elders of Soaring Heaven Mansion carried the 21 people and flew to Hell Mansion on a Soaring Heaven rock. Song Suijing's grandfather, Song Chung, also left with the other 9 people. As for the remaining people, they either went to Profound Mansion or Yellow Mansion. Originally, there were more than 2,000 people from the 4 dynasties and several hundred empires, but now, less than 100 of them were still alive. After flying for half a day, the Soaring Heaven Rock finally arrived at an area with buildings. Hell Mansion. Our Soaring Heaven Mansion has 4 manors, each with 4 branches. The Hell Mansion is second only to the Heavenly Mansion, and the natural yuan energy here is abundant. Over the years, many divine core disciples have appeared here, and some of them have even made a name for themselves in the Central Province. Once you enter, you have to work hard and cultivate. Don't tarnish the Soaring Heaven Mansion's reputation. On the Soaring Heaven Rock, Yang Tai said to the 21 men behind him. Understood. The group of men nodded their heads solemnly. Their tense faces were no longer tense. From today onwards, they were disciples of Soaring Heaven Mansion. The yuan qi of heaven and earth is so abundant. This is at least 10 times more abundant than the place where I used to live. Cultivating here for a year is equivalent to cultivating for 10 years. Haha, the vital essence in my body is already restless. I estimate that I will be able to break through within a month. There's a high-ranked empire that has designs on my country, but now he definitely won't dare to do so. Some of them were discussing in low voices. Soon, the soaring heaven rock landed on the ground. All right, I still have things to do. Mo1 explained the rules of the Hell Mansion to them, and also assigned them a place to stay. After Yang Tai instructed them, he immediately left. Yes, Elder. Mo1 nodded his head respectfully, then said, I hope you will remember what I am going to say next. If you have any questions, you can ask directly. He paused for a moment, then continued. Although you have all passed the assessment, you are still not considered disciples of Soaring Heaven Mansion. To be precise, you are only considered probationary disciples. After hearing this, someone immediately asked, why are we only considered probationary disciples? And Mo1 explained, you are all probationary disciples for now. If you want to stay in Soaring Heaven Mansion for a long time, you will have to become official disciples. It is not difficult to become an official disciple, as long as you fulfill one condition. Soaring Heaven Mansion has heaven, earth, dark, and yellow manors. These 4 manors each have a list. My Hell Mansion has the earth list, and there are a total of 300 names on it. And what you need to do is to defeat a senior on the earth list within a year. As long as you defeat one person, you can replace his position and become an official disciple. If you do not fulfill this condition within a year, you will be sent to the Profound Apartment Mansion. Similarly, if you do not reach the goal in the Profound Apartment Mansion, you will be demoted to the Yellow Department Mansion. If you do not reach the goal, you will be expelled from Soaring Heaven Mansion. He said it very clearly, and the 21 people present understood. Simply put, you have 3 years. As long as you can squeeze into a list, you can become an official disciple. Mo1 paused for a moment, then continued. However, if you want to become an official disciple in the first year, it is still quite difficult for most of you. I can tell you in advance that even if you are at the bottom of the Earth list, you are still stronger than Tang Tian, so you have to work hard. Into Chapter 185. Once this was said, the 20 people present were all shocked. Even the one at the bottom was stronger than Tang Tian. Now, Yixian finally felt the pressure. With his current ability, it was still a question whether he could defeat Tang Tian. In other words, he was not confident that he could make it into the Earth list. If even the Earth list was so stressful, what would the heavenly abode be like? No wonder this girl came to the underworld abode. She didn't have the confidence to make it into the Earth list within a year. However, if that's the case, then what's the point of her participating in the assessment? Her qualifications are definitely enough to enter the Profound Department abode directly. Yixian also thought to himself that this was completely unnecessary. However, if Song Sui Jing gave this opportunity to others, they would definitely choose to enter the heavenly abode as well. Even if they would be eliminated after a year, being able to stay in the core of the Soaring Cloud Mansion for a year was already very good. Besides, before you become an official disciple, you will not enjoy the benefits of the Soaring Cloud Mansion. The only thing you can enjoy is the vital chi of heaven and earth. Of course, there's another place where you can improve, and that is to go to the Hall of Practice to accept missions, Mo1 said. When he finished speaking, everyone's mood dropped a lot. Originally, they thought that after entering the Soaring Cloud Mansion through the assessment, they would be able to soar into the sky. They did not expect that there would be another hurdle. They did not know how many people would be able to stay in the underworld abode after a year. Senior brother, can you tell us more about the heavenly abode? Suddenly, someone asked. Hearing this, Mo1 hesitated for a moment. Although he looked cold, compared to the others, he was still considered warm. Since you want to know more, then I will tell you a little. Mo1 nodded and said, the heavenly abode is the core of the Soaring Cloud Mansion. The vital chi of heaven and earth there is much more abundant than the underworld abode because there is a huge spirit gathering stratagem underground. The vital chi of heaven and earth of the three manners is actually overflowing from the heavenly abode. At the same time, the guardians, elders, and sect leader of the soaring cloud mansion all live in the heavenly abode. It can be said that the heavenly abode is the real soaring cloud mansion. The earth, black, and yellow manners are just side dishes. I was originally a disciple of the heavenly abode, but unfortunately, I have no hope of breaking through to the divine core realm in this life. So I quit and became a guardian. The crowd fell silent again. The abode of hell was so rich in yuan qi of heaven and earth, but it was only from the abode of heaven that leaked out. Then how abundant would the yuan qi in the heavenly abode be? How many times more than the manner of hell? 2 times, or 3 times, or 5 times? Senior disciple, you're so young. Why don't you have any hope of breaking through to the divine core realm? Another man asked. Mo one let out a bitter laugh and said, my meridians have already been fixed. That's why there's no hope for me to break through. Only by breaking through to the half-step origin core realm before the age of 25 can I possibly break through to the divine core realm in the future. Otherwise, it's impossible to break through to the divine core realm. There has never been an exception in the history of Soaring Sky Mansion. Senior brother, what is this half-step primal core realm? Why haven't I heard of it before? Mo one continued to explain. The half-step origin core realm is a transitional realm between the true profound realm and the divine core realm. The true profound realm uses profound chi, while the divine core realm uses primordial core. In order to break through to the divine core realm, one must first form the primordial core. Furthermore, one must form the primordial core before the meridians are fixed. After forming the primordial core, all one needs to do is fuse with a profound beast inner core. Then one will be able to break through to the divine core realm. In fact, for most of the people here, it was too early for them to know about this. However, Mo felt that telling them about this earlier would motivate them. After all, the meridians were fixed at the age of 25, and if they didn't do anything in the next few years, then they wouldn't be able to break through to the divine core realm for the rest of their lives. Everyone on the scene fell silent. In their minds, they were telling themselves that they couldn't slack off in the next few years. I only formed the primordial core when I was 27 years old. If I forcefully fused with a profound beast inner core, then my body would explode and I would die. Mo sighed and said, 27 years old was only 2 years slower. But because of this difference of 2 years, he wouldn't be able to break through to the divine core realm for the rest of his life. All right, let's get down to business. Mo suddenly said, next, I'll assign you your living quarters. 2 people to a yard, and those whose names I call, stay together. Yi Xian, Song Sui Jing. Before he could finish his sentence, Song Sui Jing cried out in surprise, Senior brother, you're letting a girl like me stay with him? What's wrong with that? Mo asked her back. This. Song Sui Jing rolled her eyes and realized that there was nothing wrong with that. It's nothing, so I didn't reject it. However, Yi Xian had a problem with that. Song Sui Jing was obviously here for him, but Mo still arranged for him to stay with her. Wasn't this a trap? What if she woke up in the middle of the night and stabbed him? Wouldn't he be done for? However, Yi Xian had forgotten that Song Sui Jing was the princess of the great Song dynasty, and there were many people on the scene who wanted to curry favor with her. Furthermore, Song Sui Jing was quite good-looking, and staying with a beauty in the same yard was a hidden benefit. Mo didn't care about Yi Xian and continued to read the names. There were a total of 11 yards, and the last one was given to Tang Tian. His 2 guards had been killed by Song Sui Jing's axe, and one of his arms had been chopped off. His resentment was very deep, so no one dared to stay with him. Very quickly, the residences were allocated, and then Mo left. However, before he left, he told Yi Xian where he was staying and told him to look for him if he had any problems. I've met a good senior brother, Yi Xian sighed his heart. At this moment, he was already staying with Song Sui Jing in the same yard. Song Sui Jing stood at the door of her room and said to Yi Xian, Hey, be ****. You have to be more careful in the future. Why should I be careful? Yixian asked back. Song Suijing suddenly revealed a fierce look and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will suddenly attack you and chop you into minced meat? What are you going to use to chop me up?" Yixian continued to ask. Upon hearing this, Song Suijing was stunned. She realized that her weapon had already been taken away by Yixian, and she didn't even have a single weapon. Song Suijing walked into the yard and sat in front of Yixian and said, "Hey, now that we are in the same sect, can you return my weapon to me?" Yixian looked around and then asked in a strange tone, "Hey, are you talking to me?" "All right, Yixian, return my weapon to me," Song Suijing said in a commanding tone. Yixian suddenly took out a pot of fruit wine from the engulfing system, which he had bought in the Xianyang Empire, and said, "Why does your tone sound like you were talking to your subordinate? Let me correct you. I'm not your subordinate, nor am I a citizen of the Great Song Dynasty. If you want your weapon back, then show me your sincerity." Upon hearing this, Song Suijing immediately gritted her teeth and said, "Be ****, don't go too far." End of chapter. Chapter 186. Then you'll have to kill me, or else don't even think about getting your sword back. Yixian shrugged his shoulders. He wasn't a man who was easily bullied. Even if he was facing a princess from a great dynasty, he wouldn't be afraid. "You?" Song Suijing was so angry that her body was trembling. If this was any other place, she would have already attacked. But too bad, this was the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Even if she was the princess of the Great Song Dynasty, and even if her grandfather was a sect elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, she still couldn't kill a fellow disciple. "Fine, I'll apologize to you. Return my sword to me," Song Suijing said, while holding back her anger. Yixian raised his brows and questioned, "Is this how you apologize? I won't cause you any more trouble. Just return my sword to me. I'm not afraid of you." Slap. Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. Song Suijing had slapped the stone table, leaving a mark on it. "You did this on purpose." Song Suijing stood up and glared at Yixian. "Fine, I can return your sword to you, but I won't return it for nothing. I have a few options here." Yixian paused for a second, then said, "First, teach me a high-ranked spiritual martial skill. Second, 10,000 mid-ranked crystal stones. Third, do me a favor. You stole my sword, and I'm asking you to return it to me. And you have conditions?" Song Suijing was startled. "So what if I stole it? Didn't you kill anyone during the Dynasty War? Are you going to pay with your life?" Yixian retorted. You have a sharp tongue." Song Suijing coldly harumphed. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "It's impossible for me to teach you a high-ranked spiritual martial skill. These are all my Song family's martial skills, and if you spread them out, I'll be in trouble. Besides, I don't have 10,000 mid-ranked crystal stones right now. My brother, and I only brought a weapon and some healing pills." "Isn't your grandfather here?" Yixian said. Song Suijing's grandfather, Song Cheng, was a sect elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, a divine core warrior. To him, 10,000 mid-grade crystals were definitely a drop in the bucket. "No, my father ordered me to do it myself. Grandpa won't give me any substantial help." Song Suijing shook her head. "Looks like this princess of the Song dynasty is also a pauper." Yixian was helpless. He did not expect that the education system of the Great Tang dynasty and the Great Song dynasty was completely different, and that Tang Tian could casually take out 2,000 middle-grade crystals. As for Song Suijing, other than a high-grade spiritual weapon, he probably had no more than 10 low-grade crystals in his interspatial ring, because he had devoured all of them. "There's a third condition. Let's hear it. Listen." Song Suijing asked. Yixian narrowed his eyes and asked, "Before the Great Song dynasty, many people were sent to the Lingxiao mansion, right?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Song Suijing nodded in surprise. Yixian hesitated and said, "I know, but I haven't thought about it yet. When I think about it, I'll ask you for help." As you wish. Return the sword to me." Song Suijing snorted. Take it, take it." Yixian took out the autumn water sword from the devouring space and threw it back. Song Suijing caught it and immediately pulled out the sword with a clang, then suddenly stabbed towards Yixian's head. However, Her sword suddenly stopped in midair. This was not because Yi Xian blocked it, but because she stopped herself. "Why didn't you dodge?" Song Suijing asked in surprise. Her sword was already in front of Yi Xian. It was only a finger's distance away, but the latter did not even blink. "You don't dare to kill me." Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Then he stood up and prepared to go out for a walk. "Boring." Song Suijing kept her sword and snorted. "Where are you going?" "I'm not telling you." Yi Xian replied and went out directly. Now, he had successfully entered the soaring heaven mansion. Although he was only a probationary disciple, as long as he squeezed into the earth board within a year, he would become an official disciple. He originally thought that once he entered the soaring heaven mansion, he would be able to obtain a mid-grade or even a high-grade martial art. He did not expect that he would only be a probationary disciple. Before he became an official disciple, the soaring heaven mansion would not give him anything, and his cultivation method was different from others. If he wanted to break through, he had to earn money. I don't have the confidence that those at the bottom of the earth board are stronger than Tang Tian. Now that I don't have a high-grade spiritual weapon or a high-grade spiritual martial art, the only way to squeeze in is to level up. Yi Xian thought as he walked. However, he did not walk for long before he stopped. He turned around and realized that Song Suijing was behind him. "Why are you following me?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. "Who's following you? Is this road yours?" Song Suijing said disdainfully. "Oh, then please do as you wish," Yi Xian said, and suddenly found a wall to lean against and pondered about life. Song Suijing failed time and time again. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth and said helplessly, "I'm following you. What's wrong, can't I? Just follow me. Why are you being so stubborn?" Yi Xian rolled his eyes and thought, "You're just an underage girl. Do you think I can't handle you?" Following that, he went to the Sundry Hall to collect a few sets of Soaring Heaven Mansion's clothes and identity badge, and asked around for some information. Although he did not have anything else on him, he still had many choices. For example, he could use his devouring points to exchange for some things to sell. Then he would have some startup funds. After leaving the Sundry Hall, Song Suijing also asked, "Where are we going next?" "Just follow me. Why are you asking so much?" Yi Xian was too lazy to answer. "Will it kill you to say it?" Song Suijing pouted but still followed him obediently. Following that, she discovered that Yi Xian had arrived at Underworld Mansion's weapon hall. "What are you doing here buying weapons?" Song Suijing could not help but ask. Yi Xian did not answer and directly walked in. Today, Underworld Mansion's weapon hall was very quiet. There was only a young man sitting there reading a book. When a young man saw Yi Xian, he hurriedly greeted him. "Junior brother, you've just entered Soaring Heaven Mansion, right? What do you need?" He saw that Yi Xian and Song Suijing were unfamiliar, so he guessed that they were here. "Senior brother, do you accept middle-grade spirit tools here?" Yi Xian asked. "Middle-grade spirit tools, yes, but it depends on the quality." The young man nodded. Soaring Heaven Mansion was a large sect. There were many talents in forging. There were still some middle-grade spirit-rank blacksmiths in Underworld Mansion. Occasionally, they would forge some spirit tools to sell, which would save them a lot of time compared to doing experience missions. Yi Xian took out 3 cold light swords from the devouring space and handed them over. "These 3 middle-grade spirit swords were all forged by me. Senior brother, take a look." The young man took the cold light sword and said in surprise, "Excellent workmanship. Not bad, not bad." "Junior brother, are you called Yi Xian?" "That's right." Yi Xian nodded. "I could buy these 3 middle-grade spirit swords for 500 low-grade crystals each. What do you think, junior brother?" The young man asked. End of chapter. Chapter 187. Sure. Yi Xian nodded his head again. He didn't lack money now, so he didn't really care. The young man also took out 500 low-grade crystals from his Cosmos ring without hesitation and completed the transaction. However, after that, Yi Xian took out another weapon and handed it over to the young man. "Senior disciple, take a look at this one." The young man received the weapon and gave it a closer look. Once again, he was shocked. A high-rank spiritual weapon, and it's mixed with scarlet flame powder, which makes it difficult for wounds to heal. "Junior disciple, you're selling this high-rank spiritual weapon?" "Yes," Yi Xian replied. The young man was surprised, but when he saw the name on the hilt, he cried out in surprise, "Yi Xian, you're the one who forged this high-ranked spiritual weapon?" This time, even Song Sui Jing was shocked. Yi Xian, he was a high-ranked spiritual weapon craftsman? She took a big step forward. Then she focused her eyes and found the name Yi Xian on the hilt. "How is this possible? You're so young. How can you be a high-ranked spiritual weapon craftsman?" She was shocked as well. "What? Haven't you heard that you can't judge a book by its cover? Do you think all high-ranked spiritual weapon craftsmen are old men?" Yi Xian coldly harumphed as he threw a disdainful glance at Song Sui Jing. Song Sui Jing still couldn't believe it. There were high-ranked spiritual weapon craftsmen in the Great Song Dynasty, but he was already 80 years old, and he was still at the peak of the true profound realm. She never expected Yi Xian, who was only at the early true profound realm, to be able to forge a high-ranked spiritual weapon. He was only 16 years old. If he broke through to the divine core realm, did that mean he would be able to forge earth weapons in the future? "Junior disciple, do you have any more high-ranked spiritual weapons?" The young man asked excitedly. High-ranked spiritual weapons were rare. Even those who were ranked on the ranking list didn't own a high-ranked spiritual weapon. "I don't have any more, but if you have the materials, I can continue forging. The reason I brought this Raging Flame Sword here is because I want to get some materials to forge high-ranked spiritual weapons. I wonder if Senior Disciple has any?" Yi Xian asked. He had spent 20 million Devour points to buy this blazing sword. Yes, Junior brother, can you forge this high-grade spirit weapon for a long time?" The young man asked with his eyes wide open. "Sure. Senior brother, do you want to work together for a long time? That would be for the best. It would be even better if you could give us some discounts." Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed, and he looked like a profiteer. "This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page." "That's not a problem. Let's have a win-win situation. Come, let's sit down and talk." The young man quickly pulled Yi Xian to sit down. The two of them began to discuss the price. During this time, Yi Xian also learned that this young man was called Jiangyu, the owner of this weapon shop. This made Yi Xian very surprised. He did not expect that this property did not belong to the Soaring Heaven Mansion, but to his disciples. In the end, they settled on a price of 1,500 mid-grade crystals. Yi Xian felt that it was a good idea, so he agreed. If he had the forging materials, he could sell them to others at a high price, but doing so would offend Jiangyu. Yi Xian also felt Jiangyu's strength. He was not particularly strong, only at the middle stage of the true darkness realm. However, someone who could open a weapon shop in the Underworld Mansion must have a powerful background. Cooperating with him would save him a lot of trouble. As for the forging materials, Jiangyu would sell them to Yi Xian at 200 mid-grade crystals per set. Yi Xian calculated in his heart. He had 45 million Devour points before, but he had spent 10 million on Song Sui Jing and 20 million on the Blazing Sword. So he had 15 million Devour points left. The blueprint of the Blazing Sword would cost 5 million, plus 5 million for the crafting fee. After careful calculation, if he wanted to forge the first Blazing Sword, he would need to spend 10 million Devour points and 200 mid-grade crystals for the materials. Moreover, if he wanted to forge in the future, he would not need the blueprint. He could save 5 million Devour points every time. It was a huge profit. Jiangyu immediately took out 1,300 mid-grade crystals and a set of smithing materials. As for Yi Xian, he borrowed the forging room at the back of the weapon hall. 2 days later, a brand new blazing sword was forged. Now, both Jiangyu and Song Sui Jing believed that he was indeed an upper-grade spiritual weaponsmith. The Raging Flame Sword was sold to Jiangyu for 1,500 mid-grade crystals. Then, Jiangyu prepared another set of materials, and Yi Xian continued to forge. 2 days later, the second blazing sword was forged. Yi Xian took in another 1,300 low-grade crystals, and after devouring them, he had 13 million Devour points. At this time, his Devour points had increased to more than 2,600, 10,000, plus a set of forging materials for the blazing sword. Another 6 days passed. Yi Xian forged 3 blazing swords. At this time, his Devour points had reached 52 million, and at the same time, he had an additional set of forging materials for the blazing sword. After another 10 days, when he sold the 10th blazing sword to Xianxia and devoured most of the mid-grade crystals, he finally heard a unique system notification sound. Ding! The host has broken through to the middle stage of the true darkness realm. He had finally broken through. The 10 blazing swords had also allowed his Devour points to break through a major bottleneck, reaching more than 100 million. However, this amount of Devour points was not enough for him to upgrade all of his bloodlines to the high level. After being busy for 20 days, Xian was about to explode from boredom. To him, forging a blazing sword only required a thought, not 2 days at all. However, in order to not arouse suspicion, he could only stay in the forging room for 2 days, and this speed was already considered fast. The 18 blazing swords were enough for Xianxia to brag about for a while, and then sell them for at least 2,000 mid-grade crystals. Moreover, Xianxia did not have enough materials for the upper-grade spiritual weapon, so Xian had some time to rest. When he returned to his courtyard, he found the princess of the Song dynasty, Song Suijing, sitting cross-legged on the stone table, cultivating. At this time, Song Suijing suddenly opened her eyes. After seeing Xian, she said in shock, "You're finally willing to come back? Why did you miss me?" Xian asked casually. "Bah, I can't wait to kill you." Song Suijing jumped down from the stone table and snorted. "One upper-grade spiritual weapon in 2 days. This is faster than the upper-grade blacksmiths of the Song dynasty. Were those blazing swords really forged by you?" She still did not believe it, because forging and cultivation were the same. They both needed time to settle down and could not be improved overnight. "Could it be that you think I have 10 blazing swords in my ring of cosmos? If so, why don't I just take them out and sell them?" Xian replied. "Who knows if you came up with some tricks to gain a foothold in the manor of hell." Song Suijing still did not believe it, but when she walked in front of Xian, she found that Xian was different from 20 days ago. Into Chapter 188. Your realm? You broke through? Song Suijing asked in shock. As expected of the great Song's princess. "That's right, I've been forging and cultivating at the same time. I've broken through to the middle stage of the true profound realm. What do you think? Amazing, right?" Xian did not hide anything. Previously, he was at the early stage of the true profound realm like Tang Tian and Song Suijing, but he lacked high-grade spirit-level martial arts and high-grade spirit weapons, so he was not confident. However, after breaking through to the middle stage of the true profound realm, he was confident that he could defeat the two of them. "How can this be? I've been cultivating bitterly for 20 days, but I can't compare to you forging and cultivating at the same time." Song Suijing had a strange expression on her face. "It can't be helped. This only shows that my talent is higher than yours," Xian shrugged. Seeing Song Suijing's deflated expression, his heart was already blooming with joy. A person from a low-level empire who was more talented than the princess of a dynasty, or even the crown prince, was indeed something to be proud of. "I'm just lucky. I'll break through to the middle stage of the true profound realm in another half a month," Song Suijing said with disdain. She felt ashamed that she had been defeated by Xian. However, her pair of big watery eyes still occasionally revealed an envious look. Hearing this, Xian was also stunned. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Then do you want to break through faster? Break through faster? What ideas do you have?" Song Suijing's eyes suddenly lit up. She was obviously interested in this. Xian did not explain. He directly formed a few hand seals. Then, a sizzling sound came from the surroundings. It was foggy. "Spirit array, you know the spirit gathering array?" Song Suijing exclaimed. She suddenly remembered that Xian had used this array before. It was because of this array that she was captured alive by Xian. Moreover, Songqing had also said that Xian knew how to set up an illusion array. "That's right, I know how to use the spirit gathering array, and I'm pretty good at it." Xian smiled, then quickly walked back to his room. "Wait, how much does it cost to set up a spirit gathering array for me?" Song Suijing hastily stopped Xian. "If I remember correctly, you don't have any crystals, right?" Yi Xian turned around and asked, "Well, you've earned so much in the past few days. You won't die if you lend me some." Song Sui Jing said with some dissatisfaction. Yi Xian said slowly, "It's not easy to set up a spirit-gathering array, but I don't lack crystals right now. As long as you owe me one more favor, plus the previous one, it'll be two." "No." Song Sui Jing refused without thinking. "I can build a foundation for this spirit-gathering formation of mine. It only needs 2 mid-grade crystals to maintain it every day. Don't tell me you won't need it in the future." Yi Xian added. Song Sui Jing heard this and asked with a face of disbelief, "You know how to build a foundation? You're not joking, right? Goodbye." Yi Xian's face darkened, and he immediately closed the door. "Wait, I want it. It's just 2 favors," Song Sui Jing quickly said. Clang! The door opened again, and Yi Xian walked out with a smile. "Open the door. I'll build the foundation in your room. You don't have to come in." 10 minutes later, the spirit-gathering array was completed, and the surrounding yuan qi of heaven and earth began to gather in the courtyard. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the abode of hell was overflowing from the abode of heaven. This time, Yi Xian gathered the yuan qi of heaven and earth together, and his cultivation efficiency at least doubled. After he finished, Yi Xian opened the door and very generously took out 100 mid-grade crystals. He handed them to Song Sui Jing and said, "These 100 crystals are for you. You have to return them to me later." "Stingy guy," Song Sui Jing said discontentedly in her heart. She did not dare to say this in front of Yi Xian, for fear that he would take back his words. However, this spirit-gathering array was the best one she had ever seen. It covered the entire courtyard, and cultivating here would be twice the result with half the effort. You know how to refine weapons, you know how to set up arrays, and you have such high aptitude. Are you really from a low-level empire? Song Sui Jing could not help but ask. Do you think I'm a crown prince of some empire? Yi Xian retorted. You don't look like one. Don't tell me you started cultivating when you were in your mother's womb? Song Sui Jing had a look of suspicion. Yi Xian's face suddenly darkened, and he said, Actually, I'm already a 100-year-old monster. After he finished speaking, he prepared to return to his room. At this moment, Song Sui Jing called out to him again. Right, when you weren't here, a big fatty came looking for you. Song Sui Jing suddenly remembered this matter. Big fatty? Yi Xian paused in his steps. She should be referring to Zhao Pan, right? Speaking of which, after entering the soaring firmament mansion, he had not gone to look for Zhao Pan. I understand, Yi Xian said and turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped and turned back to ask, Are you interested in making a deal? What? Song Sui Jing blinked her big bright eyes and asked, You won't teach me a high-grade spirit-grade martial art, but you can at least teach me a mid-grade spirit-grade martial art, right? I'll buy it with crystal stones. Yi Xian asked. Song Sui Jing nodded and said, A mid-grade spirit-grade martial art? That's fine, but you can't spread it. Only 2 people, Yi Xian added. This. Song Sui Jing hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she nodded. She did not have any cultivation resources at the moment, so she could not sell her high-grade spirit-grade sword, right? At that moment, Yi Xian learned 4 mid-grade spirit-grade martial arts from her, which happened to be offensive, defensive, movement, and cultivation methods. He spent a total of 1,000 mid-grade crystal stones. These 4 mid-grade spirit-grade martial arts were all top-grade, so the price was still considered expensive. With these 4 martial arts, Zhao Pan and Xianxia would definitely be able to squeeze into the profound ranking board within a year. After leaving the residence, Yi Xian went to ask Jiang Yu, then went to the profound apartment mansion. The underworld mansion and the profound apartment mansion were adjacent, so the journey was not too far. After running for an hour, Yi Xian also successfully entered the profound apartment mansion. However, he did not know where Zhao Pan and Xianxia lived. Hey, senior brother, may I ask where the disciples who just entered the profound apartment mansion last month live? Yi Xian directly stopped a disciple of the profound apartment mansion who was passing by. When the disciple of the underworld mansion saw Yi Xian suddenly appear, he was so scared that he almost wet his pants. He did not understand how a mid-grade true energy stage person could be so fast. However, when he saw Yixian's clothes, he calmed down and pointed in a direction. So, it's the junior brother from the underworld mansion. They live over there. Thank you for telling me, senior brother. After saying that, Yixian took a big stride and left. His speed was beyond the disciples' reaction. TSK, this concealment pearl is really good. He thinks I'm only at the mid-grade true energy stage, Yixian thought to himself as he ran. The concealment pearl was a treasure that he exchanged from the devouring system. It could disguise his cultivation level. Unless his cultivation level was much higher than his, it would be very difficult to discover. End of chapter. Chapter 189. Soon, Yixian arrived at the newcomer's residential area of the Profound Apartment. However, before he could enter, he saw a large group of people standing in a line outside. Everyone was holding a cloth bag and handing it to someone else. What's going on? Yixian ran over in surprise and found that Zhao Pan and Xianxia were also in the line. He immediately shouted, "Fatty bro!" Zhao Pan, who was in the crowd, heard this voice and immediately turned around. When he saw Yixian, his face immediately lit up with joy. However, before Yixian could approach, another voice called out to him. "Disciples of the Underworld Palace? What are you doing here?" Yixian stopped in his tracks when he saw a young man walking towards him. "I'm looking for a friend," Yixian replied. They were all disciples of the same sect, so he had to return the favor. "Looking for a friend? Then you wait here until they've paid up." The young man waved his hand and gestured for Yixian to stand to the side. "Pay up." Yixian's expression changed when he heard this. "I remember that the Underworld Palace has this rule as well. Don't you know? Every new disciple has to pay 5,000 low-grade crystal stones every month, and they have to pay for a year." After the young man finished his explanation, he chuckled and said, "If you haven't paid yet, you can give it to me." "Then who does the payment go to in the end?" Yixian continued to ask. At the same time, he glanced at the people around him and found that there were more than 200 people here. If each person paid 5,000 low-grade crystals, then it would be 1 million per month, which was equivalent to 10,000 mid-grade crystals. 10,000 mid-grade crystals per month, then 120,000 a year. This was not a small amount. After all, he had worked hard for more than 20 days and only earned a little more than 10,000. After Yixian asked this question, the young man became impatient and shouted, "Why are you asking so many questions? Why do you have so much nonsense?" After he finished speaking, he slapped Yixian across the face. A mere true energy intermediate stage cultivator dared to be so arrogant? A crisp sound rang out, but it was not the sound of a hand slapping his face. Instead, it was the sound of bones breaking. The young man paused for a moment before his expression became extremely sinister. Then, he let out a miserable shriek. When the group of people saw this scene, they couldn't help but open their mouths wide. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Trouble, big trouble. They saw Yixian break the young man's arm. "Yixian, what are you doing?" Zhao Pan hurriedly shouted and ran over. The young man also reacted. He shouted and attacked Yixian, but his fist was still in the air when Yixian kicked it away. He could not believe that he had been crippled by a true element intermediate stage martial artist. "Stinking brat. Even if you're from the Underworld Palace, don't even think of leaving today." Another 2-peak true energy boundary cultivators rushed over, but without exception, they were all sent flying by Yixian. "Who said I wanted to leave?" Yixian said coldly. He then glanced at Zhao Pan and asked, "Fatty bro, what's going on?" "Aya, you're in big trouble. They're from the Great Tang Dynasty," Zhao Pan said with a panicked expression. "So what if they're from the Great Tang Dynasty?" Yixian knew that Zhao Pan was referring to the Great Tang Dynasty and not the Great Tang Dynasty's camp. After all, the war between the dynasties had already ended. He's in charge of collecting the money and handing it over. However, even though the people you beat up are from the Great Tang Dynasty, you've also offended 5 different powers. Zhao Pan's face twitched violently. Yixian was puzzled. He continued to ask, "Which 5 powers?" "The Great Song, Great Yin, Great Tang, and Great Zhou dynasties send people to the soaring firmament mansion every year. Therefore, their people have long gathered together and formed the four great powers. Apart from that, there's also the Divine Prefecture Alliance. The Divine Prefecture Alliance was established by a few families from the Central Province. They're the strongest, Zhao Pan said. The Central Province? Yi Xian had some understanding of this place. The soaring firmament mansion was in the Eastern Province, the Heavenly Yuan sect was in the Southern Province, and the Central Province was in the Eastern Province. In addition to recruiting people from the four great dynasties, the soaring firmament mansion also went to the Central Province to find geniuses. If one were to calculate, the number of people from the Central Province was almost equal to the total number of people from the four great dynasties. So you're saying that after the money is collected, it'll be divided among the five great powers? Yi Xian somewhat understood. That's right. Since you beat them up, it's equivalent to making an enemy out of the five great powers. This is bad. They've already gone to call for reinforcements. You should quickly leave. Zhao Pan noticed that a few people from the Great Tang dynasty had already left. He immediately prepared to pull Yi Xian away. So what? Yi Xian didn't move after hearing that. Heaven, earth profound, in yellow. Although there was a huge gap between the profound department and the inner palace, there were still many experts in the profound department. There were even some half-step origin core realm experts. If this was any other place, Yi Xian would naturally hide like a coward. However, he could run away, but the temple couldn't. This was the soaring firmament mansion. If he left, then the trouble would fall on Zhao Pan. Therefore, he definitely couldn't leave. The 200 or so disciples who had just entered the profound apartment mansion looked at each other. They were not as ignorant as Yi Xian. They all looked at each other as if they were waiting to watch a good show. Soon, a burly man wearing the profound apartment mansion's uniform came over with a group of people. You're the one who beat up my people? The burly man quickly walked over, and his gaze landed on Yi Xian. This was because he was the only one present who wore the Underworld Mansion's uniform. That's right. Yi Xian nodded immediately. Newborn calves are truly fearless. Do you think that just because you're a disciple of the Underworld Mansion, your status is higher than that of the profound apartment mansion? The burly man questioned. I don't think so. Yi Xian shook his head. The burly man immediately shouted angrily. Then do you think that this fatty won't have to pay after beating them up? You have a lot of questions. Can't you get to the point? Yi Xian sighed and said impatiently. How dare you? The point is, don't think that you'll leave unscathed today. As soon as the burly man finished speaking, his entire body swept out like a cheetah. His speed was so fast that he arrived in front of Yi Xian in the blink of an eye. Then, he threw out a punch. Bang! Suddenly, a fist collided with his hand. Two bursts of profound energy collided, instantly creating a huge shockwave that sent Zhao Pan flying. The burly man was shocked and exclaimed, Middle stage, true, profound realm. Your adjudicator song? How is that possible? Yi Xian smiled faintly. Suddenly, another wave of profound chi surged out and sent the burly man flying in an instant. Second level roar. If you're not adjudicator song, then why are you at middle stage, true, profound realm? The burly man covered his right hand and asked in puzzlement. He was an old disciple of the profound apartment mansion. Naturally, he had heard that there was a super genius in the Great Song dynasty called Adjudicator Song. His strength had already reached middle stage, true, profound realm. However, he had seen a portrait of Adjudicator Song. The latter had a tall figure and wasn't the one in front of him at all. End of chapter. Chapter 190. Is Adjudicator Song the only one allowed to be at the middle stage of the true darkness realm? Furthermore, he entered the heavenly abode. Look at my clothes. Is this what a disciple of the heavenly abode should wear? Yi Xian smirked. He thought that Adjudicator Song had covered it up well. No one knew that he had broken through to the peak stage of the true darkness realm. I don't care who you are. You're going to die here today. The burly man did not say anything else and rushed forward. He was careless just now. He was afraid that he would kill Yi Xian with a single punch, so he was forced to retreat by Yi Xian. Now it was time for real. However, he was not the only one who was serious. Xian had also ignited his fighting spirit. Ever since he had broken through, he had not had a proper fight. The burly man in front of him was also at the middle stage of the true darkness realm. Hence, he wanted to see how capable the senior disciple of the soaring heaven mansion was. Boom! In an instant, the two figures exchanged blows. The intense collision of the two profound chi caused a huge explosion that spread throughout the entire mountain. It could even be heard in other parts of the profound apartment. At the same time, the disciples present were stunned. They were only at the true energy realm. Even the peak true energy realm disciples would not be able to catch Xian and the burly man's movements. They could only see a series of afterimages and deafening sounds. This guy is finished. He just entered the soaring heaven mansion, and he already offended the Tang dynasty. Let's talk about that later. Tang Ming is an expert ranked more than 100 on the profound list. We don't even know if that guy could survive. How pitiful. He came to find a friend, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing. How sad. However, an ordinary middle stage of the true darkness realm would have been sent flying by Tang Ming's slap. This guy is actually able to hold on. Although these people could not see Xian's movements clearly, they could hear that the battle was very intense. This level of battle was more powerful. If one was not careful, one could be paralyzed. In any case, not many people present were optimistic about Xian. Boom, boom, boom. In a short span of 10 seconds, Xian and the brawny man had already exchanged dozens of blows, and the outcome was still undecided. This brawny man was quite strong, but he was relying on a high-grade spirit-level martial art. Without this high-grade spirit-level martial art, he would have been instantly defeated by Xian. Ha! Ha! So you don't know any high-grade spirit-level martial arts. Since that's the case, then lie down for me. The burly man suddenly burst into laughter, and his aura skyrocketed. Mountain River Palm. One palm shatters the mountains and rivers. A burst of extremely violent, profound energy was condensed together. With a slap of the burly man's hand, this burst of energy was struck out by him, directly hitting Xian. This palm strike was his trump card, and there weren't many people at the same level who could take it head-on. Therefore, he decided to use this palm strike to determine the outcome of the battle. Facing this palm, Xian's expression turned extremely solemn. However, he did not dodge. Instead, he met the attack with a punch. Middle-grade spirit-level martial art, Azure Dragon Strength. Bang! An earth-shattering sound reverberated, and the entire battlefield was filled with smoke and dust, enveloping the two of them. He won. The disciples of the great Tang dynasty looked at each other. If the burly man's palm strike landed on their bodies, it would definitely shatter all the bones in their bodies. Xian would definitely not be able to take it. However, the reality exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only did Xian take the attack, he even counterattacked with ease. Azure Dragon Force, get lost. Xian's strength had reached its peak. He took the burly man's palm strike with a punch, and then punched the burly man's abdomen directly. Bang! The burly man's clothes on his back were shattered by the force. His entire body bent into a bow as he was sent flying. If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm a sick cat? Xian snorted coldly. Just now, he had only used the low-grade spirit-level martial art, Tiger Wolf Roar, to fight against the burly man. However, the Azure Dragon Force that he was using now was a mid-grade spirit-level martial art, and it was extremely powerful. Coupled with the mid-grade spirit weapon, the mid-grade spirit weapon, the mid-grade Hunter Beast bloodline, and the Boxer bloodline, this move of his could probably destroy a cliff. The entire place was silent. No one would have thought that the one who was sent flying was not Xian, but Tang Ming. Wasn't Tang Ming an expert ranked more than 100 on the Xian ranking board? He was an old disciple, so how could he not even be able to defeat a new disciple? Impossible! How can your strength be so weak? Tang Ming lay on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Xian in disbelief. Xian just entered the residence of hell. All right, I even fought side by side with the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty, Tang Tian. Xian revealed a smile. Yi Xian. At this moment, a surprise shout was heard from afar. Yi Xian turned around and smiled. Speaking of the devil, wasn't this Tang Tian, who had one of his arms chopped off by Adjudicator's song? Your Highness! Tang Ming immediately got up from the ground and cupped his fist respectfully when he saw Tang Tian. Tang Tian quickly walked over and glanced at Yi Xian. He asked what happened. Your Highness, the great Tang dynasty was the one who received the money this year, but when this person arrived, he directly beat up our people. Tang Ming endured the pain caused by his injury and explained the situation to Tang Tian. After listening to the story, Tang Tian's face darkened. He said, Yi Xian, are you looking for trouble? Tang Tian, I'm not looking for trouble. I was just asking a few questions. Who knew that your people would directly beat me up and wanted to slap me? So, I taught them a lesson. Yi Xian said slowly and then looked at the youth from before. Tang Tian followed his gaze, and immediately, the youth who wanted to slap Yi Xian was so scared that he peed his pants. He trembled and said, I didn't do it on purpose. I thought he was only at the middle stage of the true energy boundary. Oh? You didn't do it on purpose? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Trash! Tang Tian snorted and looked at Yi Xian. He said, no matter what, I only know that you touch my great Tang dynasty's people. Tang Tian, you're the one looking for trouble. The one who chopped off your arm was Adjudicator's song, not me. Furthermore, if I didn't lure Adjudicator's song away and hold Song Sui Jing hostage, do you think you can survive? Yi Xian's eyes turned cold. This Tang Tian was a little ungrateful. Shut up! Tang Tian immediately shouted. The name Adjudicator Song was his reverse scale. Whoever dared to mention this name in front of him was going against him. All right. How do you want to settle this, Your Highness? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The current him was not afraid of Tang Tian. Tang Tian was only at the initial stage of the true profound realm. Although he had many high-grade martial arts, he could even beat Tang Ming, who was at the middle stage of the true profound realm. In a chapter 191, Tang Tian, what's the big deal? Break one of your arms, and I'll let this go. Tang Tian's tone was extremely cold. Your Highness, this is pure revenge. You broke one of your arms, and now you want me to do the same. You're so narrow-minded. Yi Xian did not care at all. However, before he could finish his sentence, Xianxia ran up from the crowd and cupped his fists. Your Highness, I'm willing to help him. Shut up. Did I allow you to speak? Tang Tian did not wait for Xianxia to finish his sentence and scolded him. This time, Yi Xian's expression finally changed. Tang Tian, if you want my arm, then let's see if you're qualified. Don't think that you're superior just because you're the crown prince. Not everyone is afraid of you. Yi Xian said as he looked around. At this time, many experts had gathered around. They were all from the great Tang dynasty, and there were at least 3 of them at the middle stage True Darkness realm. However, he was not to be trifled with. He immediately used the forging materials in the devouring space to forge a new pair of gloves and put them on in front of everyone. It was a high-grade spiritual artifact, Langia Desolating Hands. Previously, he had used a middle-grade spiritual artifact. Now, he was using a high-grade one. He wanted to see how many people here could take a punch from him. The 2 sides were at daggers drawn, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. More than 200 people held their breaths and did not dare to make sound. Perhaps this battle would start because of one of their voices. At this time, a figure suddenly walked out and laughed heartily. Ha ha, it's so lively here. Who dared to speak in such a situation? Everyone's gaze shifted and landed on a young man wearing the Underworld Palace's uniform. Who are you? Tang Tian looked at the young man and asked. A person who could walk out so calmly was definitely not an ordinary person. However, Yi Xian recognized the young man. Your Highness, he's Jiangyu. He's number 1 on the Earth Board and also a Hall Master of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, Tang Ming said softly. The Divine Prefecture Alliance? Tang Tian was shocked. The Divine Prefecture Alliance? What are you doing out here? What are you doing out here? Although the 4 great dynasties of the Eastern region sent people to the Soaring Heaven Mansion every year, there are not many quotas. After all these years, there were only 100 people, and they were spread out in the 3 mansions. As for the Divine Prefecture Alliance, just the Profound Department alone had 100 people. Perhaps only the 4 great dynasties' combined forces would be able to contend against the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Furthermore, in the Divine Prefecture Alliance, other than the Alliance Master and Vice Alliance Master, there were only 4 Hall Masters. In other words, Jiang Yu's status was higher than Tang Tian's. "Senior brother, what's the matter?" Tang Tian asked in a friendly manner. "It's nothing. I just saw a friend here, so I came over to say hello." Jiang Yu slowly walked over and said with a smile, "Friends." Tang Tian was stunned again, but when he saw that Jiang Yu was actually walking towards Yi Xian, his face sank. How did Yi Xian know Jiang Yu? No, how did Jiang Yu know Yi Xian? Yi Xian, you've worked hard these past few days. Why didn't you rest well and come to the Profound Apartment Mansion? Jiang Yu approached with a smile. "I'm here to find 2 friends. Senior brother Jiang, why are you here?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. "Haha, I ran out of materials, so I came to the Profound Apartment Mansion's weapon hall to borrow some." Jiang Yu smiled. Then his gaze landed on Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian. "Since you're Yi Xian's friends, then you're also my friends." Zhao Pan, return the money they paid last month. They don't have to pay any more in the future. Tang Ming glanced at Tang Tian, who hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. Then, Tang Ming took out 2 cloth bags from his interspatial ring. Each bag contained 5,000 low-grade crystals, which was equivalent to 50 mid-grade crystals. These crystals were given to Zhao Pan by Yi Xian. He did not expect the Profound Apartment Mansion to have such a rule. "All right, this is a misunderstanding. Disperse," Jiang Yu said and left with Yi Xian and the other 2. Tang Tian, on the other hand, stood there with a gloomy expression. As the crown prince of the Great Tang Dynasty, he did not even dare to fart in front of Jiang Yu. The group of new disciples also looked at Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian enviously. They had heard Jiang Yu's words clearly. From now on, no one would dare to cause trouble for Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian in the Profound Apartment Mansion, not even Tang Tian. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Jiang Yu left with Yi Xian and the other 2. After they disappeared from Tang Tian's sight, Yi Xian thanked Jiang Yu. "Senior brother Jiang, thank you so much for today." Although he was not afraid of a fight, Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian would not be able to stay in the Profound Apartment Mansion in the future. However, it was different now. Yi Xian also heard Tang Ming's words. Now, he knew that Jiang Yu was a member of the Divine Prefecture Alliance and a Hall Master. Although he did not know what a Hall Master's position was, seeing how Tang Tian did not even dare to fart, Yi Xian knew that Jiang Yu was not an ordinary person. "Thank you, senior brother, for your help." Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian also expressed their gratitude. "It's fine. We are brothers from the same sect, so we should take care of each other." The Profound Apartment Mansion's weapon hall seems to be lacking people. If the 2 of you are interested, you can go there and help," Jiang Yu said with a smile. "Thank you, senior brother." Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian thanked him again. To be able to work in the Soaring Sky Mansion, one's status would definitely be higher than the average disciple. Even if there was no reward, there would be a lot of people fighting to join. The 2 of them were able to have this opportunity because Yi Xian knew Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu immediately went to the Profound Apartment Mansion's weapon hall and arranged a position for Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian. This way, Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian could be considered to have joined the Divine Prefecture Alliance. After that, Jiang Yu went to work on his own matters. Yi Xian also met with Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian for a while and passed on the mid-grade spirit grade martial arts to them. With these 4 mid-grade spirit grade martial arts, Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian had high hopes of stabilizing their position in the Profound Apartment Mansion within a year. At the same time, Yi Xian secretly thought that when the time came, he would forge a raging flame sword for the 2 of them. This way, they would have a 90% chance of success. After a period of time, Jiang Yu was done with his work and returned to the Underworld Mansion with Yi Xian. On the way, Yi Xian, this time I brought 10 high-grade spirit weapon forging materials. I will have to trouble you again, Jiang Yu said with a smile. No problem. Yi Xian casually agreed. Now that he had broken through to the mid-grade true profound realm, he could reduce the time needed to forge the raging flame sword. Right at this moment, Jiang Yu's face suddenly froze. "Oh right, Yi Xian, the lady who came with you earlier, is she the princess of the Great Song Dynasty?" End of chapter. Chapter 192. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. "So you've joined the Song Dynasty?" Jiang Yu asked in surprise. He now understood that Yi Xian and Song Suijing were living together. Their relationship was obviously not normal. "No." Yi Xian shook his head. When Jiang Yu heard this, he immediately revealed a smile and said, "That's good. You should have heard that the Soaring Sky Mansion is divided into 5 major forces, which are the 4 great dynasties and the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Almost all the disciples have joined one of them. I'm the Hall Master of the Divine Prefecture Alliance. What do you think? Join the Divine Prefecture Alliance?" Yi Xian hesitated. This was too sudden and he was not prepared, so he could only say, "Senior brother, I've just joined the Soaring Heaven Mansion, so I don't know much. It's okay. I'll explain it to you slowly." Jiang Yu saw that Yi Xian did not reject him directly, so he immediately explained. The Divine Prefecture Alliance was established by disciples from the Middle State. Of course, there are also people from the 4 great dynasties in the Divine Prefecture Alliance. The Divine Prefecture Alliance has 2 alliance masters, 1 head and 1 deputy. Then there are 4 hall masters, respectively Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. I'm the Hall Master of the Underworld Mansion, in charge of matters here. The Divine Prefecture Alliance has many properties, and the 4 great prefectures' weapon halls all belong to the Divine Prefecture Alliance. At the same time, the Divine Prefecture Alliance has its own martial skills pavilion, and only the members of the Divine Prefecture Alliance can learn it. If you join, I can immediately give you the position of a guest elder, and you can learn all the spirit-level martial skills. In the future, I'll provide all the materials you need to forge weapons, and the price will not change. After hearing Jiang Yu's conditions, Yi Xian was indeed tempted. The materials for forging weapons were free, and the price would not change. This time, he would be able to save 200 mid-grade crystal stones. But this was not the point. The point was that he could immediately learn a high-grade spirit-level martial skill, which could greatly increase his combat strength. "Okay, I'll join," Yi Xian directly answered. It was not bad to be able to join the strongest Divine Prefecture Alliance. He would have a strong backing in the future. "Haha, this is the guest elder token. When we get back, I will give your portrait to the other members." Jiang Yu smiled and handed over a token. Yi Xian took the token and put it into his devouring space. Very soon, they returned to the underworld manor. Jiang Yu went to do his own things and told Yi Xian to rest for a few days before forging weapons. As for Yi Xian, he also returned to his own residence. However, when he returned to his residence, he saw that many disciples of the Underworld Palace had already gathered outside his door. F***CK, why is there trouble again? Yi Xian felt helpless as he walked over. However, he was not afraid of trouble now, because he had the Divine Prefecture Alliance's token. More or less, there would be people giving him face. There were at least 40 to 50 people surrounding the entrance, so Yi Xian directly jumped over the wall and into the courtyard. "Yi Xian, you're finally back." Song Suijing, who was sitting in the courtyard, saw him and quickly went over to greet him. "What are these people doing? Are they after your beauty?" Yi Xian asked casually. Song Suijing said coquettishly, "What nonsense are you talking about? These senior brothers are all here for you." "Me? I'm not a homosexual. It's better that they come for you." Yi Xian was slightly helpless, but he was also very surprised. He did not understand why so many people were gathered here. At this time, a young man suddenly took 2 steps forward but did not cross the door. He cupped his fist at the threshold and said, "Junior brother, may I ask if you were the one who set up the spirit gathering formation in this courtyard?" Now, Yi Xian understood. They were here for the spirit gathering formation. "That's right. I set up this small spirit gathering formation." Senior brother, although Yi Xian asked this, he already knew what these people wanted to do. The opportunity to make money had come. It's like this. I want to ask Junior Brother to set up a spirit gathering formation in my courtyard. The price is negotiable. The young man went straight to the point. As expected, Xian's eyes flashed with greed. He smiled and said, "Sure, sure. Senior Brother, come in and talk." Hearing this, the young man turned to look at Song Suijing. After the latter received permission, he stepped in. "Senior Brother, is there no one else in the underworld who can set up a spirit gathering formation?" Xian sat down and asked. The young man shook his head and said, "There is, but he died outside when he went out to do a training mission. Moreover, the spirit gathering formation he set up has no base. It can only last for 7 days at a time." "Then what's his price?" Xian asked. 100 mid-grade crystals each time. The young man answered honestly. 100 mid-grade crystals for 7 days. Isn't that a little too much? Xian was shocked. The young man said helplessly, "There's no other way. Not many people learn spirit gathering formations because it doesn't increase their battle strength much. It's a pure waste of time. Therefore, not many people know how to set up a spirit gathering formation. Most importantly, no one knows how to set up a base." "I see. Then Xian's eyes flashed. But before he could finish, Song Suijing's beautiful eyes turned and interrupted. "Xian, he's from the great Song dynasty. Can you give him a discount for my sake?" Xian paused and said, "Senior Brother, when you ask someone to set up a spirit gathering formation, it's usually when you're breaking through. But I can set up a base. As long as I spend 2 mid-grade crystals a day, it can last forever. In a month, it's only 60 crystals. Since you're from the great Song dynasty, I'll charge you 500 mid-grade crystals." "What, 500? Song Suijing exclaimed. "You call this a discount? You black-hearted ghost. Do you only care about money?" "Miss, do you know what a spirit gathering formation with a base means?" Xian stood up in dissatisfaction and said, 360 days a year. According to the previous price, it would cost more than 5,000 mid-grade crystals. And I only need 1,200 mid-grade crystals in the first year. In the second year, I only need 700 mid-grade crystals until I die of old age. Isn't that enough?" Hearing him say this, Song Suijing felt that it made sense. After all, this was permanent. Moreover, the qi of heaven and earth would double its current level. It was not a loss. "Your Highness, this price is very fair. I accept," the young man hurriedly said, and took out a bag of crystals from his universe ring. "Ha! Senior Brother is so straightforward." Xian took the crystals and immediately changed his expression and said with a smile. After paying, the young man left and waited outside for Xian to set up a spirit gathering formation for him. "Junior Brother, I want one too. Give me one too. Me too, me too." The disciples of the underworld palace outside the door began to make a fuss. But because of Song Suijing, they did not dare to enter. End of chapter. Chapter 193. All right, everyone coming one by one. Those from the Great Song Dynasty will be given 500 mid-grade crystals. Those from the Divine Prefecture Alliance will only be given 300. As for the rest, they will all be given 700 mid-grade crystals. Coming one by one. Xian's eyes sparkled as he spoke, grinning from ear to ear. There were at least 40 to 50 people here. What a windfall. When Song Suijing heard this, she was also stunned. She said in shock, "You joined the Divine Prefecture Alliance?" "Yes, I am now a guest of the Divine Prefecture Alliance." Xian casually replied. "Why did you join them? Who invited you?" Song Suijing said somewhat angrily. She originally wanted to invite Xian, but she didn't expect someone to beat her to it. "Senior Brother Jiang from the Weapon Hall. He is the Hall Master of the Divine Prefecture Alliance." "Why? Could it be that you want to rope me in?" Xian suddenly asked. Song Suijing also didn't expect this. She said in surprise, "Senior Brother Jiang is the Hall Master of the Divine Prefecture Alliance? What conditions did he give you?" "You can learn all the spirit-level martial arts in the Divine Prefecture Alliance. In addition, all forging materials are free." Xian said in a voice that only Song Suijing could hear. Hearing this, Song Suijing rolled her eyes and said helplessly, "He bought you over just like that? You can forge a high-grade spirit weapon yourself. Do you still lack the cost of forging materials? What else?" You refused when I asked you to teach me high-grade spirit-level martial arts. Moreover, the Divine Prefecture Alliance was the first to invite me. They are also the leader of the 5 major powers. Why wouldn't I go? Yi Xian shrugged. Then what if I invite you now? Song Suijing blinked her large eyes, looking playful. No, I have already joined the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Do you think I am that kind of fence-sitter? I want to raise the price. Yi Xian said solemnly. Song Suijing's eyes immediately lit up when she heard this. What do you want? Yi Xian thought carefully, then smiled and said, I want you okay. Go to hell. Song Suijing grumbled coquettishly and turned around to go back into the house. Yi Xian was only joking. How could a man of integrity like him change jobs because of a woman? At least 2. Then, he began to greet his senior brothers. Almost all of them were from the Great Song dynasty. Only a few were from the Divine Prefecture Alliance. The rest of the 3 dynasties did not dare to come because of the Song Suijing. After all, the relationship between the 4 great dynasties wasn't very good. In the end, Yi Xian did a count and found that there was a total of, this chapter is not finished, please turn the page, 44. Among them, 40 were from the Great Song dynasty and 4 were from the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Therefore, the total income was a total of 21,200 mid-grade crystals. When Yi Xian received these crystals, he was like a Spartan. However, he didn't like to owe others, so he immediately went from house to set up the array. It was a pity that the Soaring Heaven Mansion had 2 people in one house. Otherwise, his income would have been doubled. After a few hours, he finally finished everything. After he was done, he returned to the courtyard and devoured the crystals. Ah, I'm one step closer to the peak of the true darkness realm. Yi Xian was very happy because his devouring points had reached 300 million. Just the Underworld Mansion alone made such a huge profit. If he added in the Black and Yellow Mansions, wouldn't he make a lot of money? Just as Yi Xian was laughing happily in the courtyard, Song Suijing's door suddenly opened. Song Suijing changed into a fresh set of clothes and came out. When she saw Yi Xian, she couldn't help but ask, You finished setting up the array so quickly? It's just a spirit-gathering array. It's nothing. Yi Xian casually replied. Then why aren't you thanking me? I help you attract so many people. Otherwise, how could you earn so many crystals? Song Suijing said as she walked over to Yi Xian and sat down. Yi Xian rolled his eyes and said, If I didn't live here, I'm afraid even more people would come. The 4 great empires don't have a good relationship with the Divine Prefecture Alliance, so the crystals would definitely be several times more. So you're saying that you want to move out? Song Suijing's face sank. Forget it. I'm already living here. Yi Xian still felt that it was better to forget about it. He paused for a moment, then changed the topic and asked, Have you heard a person called Lin Wenyue? Lin Wenyue? Is she in the Soaring Heaven Mansion? Is she a disciple, a protector, or an elder? Song Suijing blinked. I'm not sure, but she should be a protector. Anyway, if there's anyone with this name, help me ask. Treat it as returning a favor. Yi Xian said slowly. Lin Wenyue was one of the names mentioned in his father's letter. His father was a super mighty warrior who had surpassed the divine core realm. He wouldn't ask him to find a disciple. Therefore, he thought this Lin Wenyue should be at least a protector or an elder. After all, that letter had been around for several years. All right, I'll help you ask. Song Suijing nodded her head. If possible, help me ask your grandfather as well. Yi Xian added. Song Cheng was an elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. He knew more than anyone else. Understood. A quiet night passed. Yi Xian had been running around yesterday, and he was tired. However, when the sun had just risen the next day, someone knocked on their courtyard's door. Yi Xian opened the door in a daze. When he saw Xianxia standing outside, he immediately asked with a surprised expression, Senior disciple, is there anything I can help you with? Could it be that all 10 ardent flaming swords were sold out? I heard junior disciple knows how to use a soul-gathering formation. Xianxia went straight to the point. Yes, senior disciple. Do you need it? Yi Xian rubbed his eyes and nodded his head. Yes, we need it very much. We don't have many spirit formation masters in the Soaring Heaven Mansion, and none of us know how to set up a formation. Our fellow disciples in the Divine Prefecture Alliance need a soul-gathering formation. As long as you agree, I can get at least 200 people for you. Xianxia said in a surprised tone. What? 200 people? Yixian was shocked. That's right, 200 people. How about this? We'll follow the price you gave those 4 junior disciples yesterday. 300 mid-ranked crystal stones for one. What do you think? Xianxia continued asking. No problem. Yixian agreed without hesitation. What the fuck? 300 mid-ranked crystal stones for one, at least 200 people. Didn't that mean at least 60,000 mid-ranked crystal stones? As long as I complete this task, I'll be able to break through to the peak of the true profound realm. I'm so excited just thinking about it. Yixian was extremely excited. All right, then I'll leave first. I'll come find you later. Xianxia quickly left after he finished speaking. If this soul-gathering formation was completed, it wouldn't take long for the entire Divine Prefecture Alliance's strength to increase by a level. Yixian then waited for Xianxia to return to his residence. At noon, Xianxia came looking for him again. Junior disciple, our underworld mansion has 100 fellow disciples who need this soul-gathering formation. Here are the crystals. Xianxia directly threw a bag of crystals to Yixian. The latter opened it to take a look. Holy shit, it wasn't a deposit, but all of it. There were at least 30,000 mid-ranked crystals. In a chapter 194. Let's go. We'll set up the stratagem for the Underworld Manor first. Then, I'll help you contact the Xian Branch Manor and Huang Branch Manor. After Xianxia was done, he brought Yixian to visit the Underworld Manor disciples one by one. At the same time, he wanted to meet them so that if they met in the future, they would not have to fight because of conflicts. Xianxia spent half a day helping Yixian connect the lines, and Yixian only used half a day to set up 100 spirit gathering stratagems with stratagem bases. This speed had already left Xianxia speechless. The next day, Xianxia personally went to the Xian Branch Manor and Huang Branch Manor and brought back many spiritual level martial arts teachings. There were medium-grade and top-grade ones, and all of them were of high quality. Yixian spent tens of millions of points to learn these useful top-grade spiritual level martial arts teachings. Not only that, but he also swallowed the 30,000 medium-grade crystals yesterday. His ability had increased by quite a bit. Although he had not broken through, he knew that it was enough for him to squeeze into the Earth list. According to what one had said before, those at the bottom of the Earth list were stronger than Tang Tian. However, he had already broken through to the intermediate stage of the true profundity realm. It was extremely easy for him to be on the Earth list. Today, he was going to challenge the seniors on the Earth list and become an official disciple. However, just as he was about to leave, he was shocked to discover that the vital qi of heaven and earth in the courtyard had suddenly decreased by a large amount. Someone had broken through. There were only 2 people living in this courtyard. One was Yixian, and the other was Song Suijing. After a while, the vital qi of heaven and earth was depleted at a slower rate, and then it began to return to normal. Right after that, Song Suijing walked out of the house. Congratulations. You're a few days earlier than I expected, Yixian said with a smile. Humph. Now I'm also at the intermediate stage of the true profundity realm, the same level as you. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant in front of me. Song Suijing walked down the steps and said, Are you going to set up the spirit gathering stratagem again? No, I'll go tomorrow. Today I'm going to challenge the Earth list, Yixian said while shaking his head. Earth list? Okay, when you win, I'll challenge you again and beat you down. Song Suijing was looking forward to it. The two of them walked out together and headed for the Earth Roll Challenge Arena. They walked side by side and attracted a lot of attention. However, when these disciples discovered their target, they immediately became interested. One is the princess of the Great Song Dynasty, and the other is a dark horse from a low-rank empire. I wonder how many rankings they will be able to make. There should be at least 250 people. Let's go take a look. It said that Yixian even fought with Tang Meng, who is ranked on the Xian ranking board in the Xian department, and even defeated him. He's already at the middle stage of the true darkness realm at such a young age. His aptitude is at least perfect. It is said that Adjudicator Song, who entered the heavenly abode this year, is also at the perfect level. These people will definitely be able to condense their core essence before the age of 25. That's nothing. There was once a senior brother who was tested to have a transcendental perfect aptitude. After entering the heavenly abode, he took first place on the heaven roll on the very same day. His aptitude is already perfect. Is there a higher aptitude? It's said to be at the unparalleled level. Under the accompaniment of Song Sui Jing, Yi Xian arrived at the challenge area. It was a large arena, and there were many spectators stand around it. What surprised Yi Xian was that there were already two figures fighting in the arena. What surprised Yi Xian was that one of the two people was someone he was familiar with. It was the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty, Tang Tian. So Tang Tian has also broken through to the middle stage of the true darkness realm. No wonder he dares to challenge us. Yi Xian couldn't help but comment after hearing the words of the people below the arena. He's just lucky. Song Sui Jing was a little displeased. She had just broken through, and Tang Tian's breakthrough speed was obviously faster than hers. She had fought with Tang Tian before, but there was no clear victor. Now that she had broken through to the middle stage of the true darkness realm, it was inevitable that she would want to fight with Tang Tian again. At this moment, the spectators in the spectators' stand made a commotion. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and saw a figure fly out of the arena. The one who remained in the arena was the one-armed Tang Tian. As expected of the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty, his strength is indeed extraordinary. I wonder why he lost an arm. Sure, you can't say that. If he hears it, you'll be in trouble. What's there to be afraid of? I'm from the Divine Prefecture Alliance, and I'm ranked higher than him. Why should I be afraid of him? Many people whispered to each other. At this moment, Yi Xian already knew who Tang Tian was challenging. It was a senior brother who happened to be ranked in the 200th percentile. TSK, only the peak of the true darkness realm is ranked in the top 100. Looks like this Tang Tian isn't much. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, at this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Since he had already formed a grudge with Tang Tian, this ungrateful brat, why not make it bigger? Look at this Tang Tian. He only won against a senior brother who is ranked in the 200th percentile. Is there need to be so smug? Song Sui Jing couldn't stand it either. But in the next moment, she realized that Yi Xian had disappeared. At this moment, Yi Xian had already reached the challenge area and said, "Senior brother, I want a challenge." A Soaring Sky Mansion's disciple raised his head and smiled. "So it's junior brother Yi. This is the name list. Take a look and see who you want to challenge." This disciple happened to be the one who came to find Yi Xian to set up the spirit gathering array on the first day. So he naturally knew Yi Xian. "Senior brother, I won't look. I want to challenge Tang Tian." Yi Xian replied. "Oh, Tang Tian?" The disciple was a little surprised, but then he smiled. Tang Tian just succeeded in his challenge and is now ranked in the 200th percentile. Junior brother, you're not ranked, so he has to accept the challenge. Otherwise, it will be treated as a forfeit. Wait a moment, I'll go and inform him. After he finished speaking, he quickly ran to Tang Tian, who had just walked down the stage, and told him the matter. Then, Tang Tian suddenly turned his head and looked at Yi Xian. That angry expression made Yi Xian very happy. Soon, the disciple ran back and said, "Tang Tian said that since you're looking for death, he'll fulfill your wish. He also said that there's no need to rest, and we can start immediately. Junior brother Yi, you can go up the stage and teach him a lesson." "Thank you, senior brother." Yi Xian cupped his fists at the disciple and then walked towards the stage. Song Sui Jing suddenly stopped him and asked, "You went to challenge Tang Tian?" "That's right." Yi Xian nodded. "You bastard, I wanted to challenge him. Why did you steal my spot?" Song Sui Jing was unhappy. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, "Did you say that just now?" You obviously did it on purpose." "Forget it. I'll challenge him when you lose." Song Sui Jing was also not very optimistic about Yi Xian. Although she already knew that Yi Xian had obtained a few high-grade spirit-level martial arts, it was impossible for Yi Xian to master them in such a short time. "How do you know that I can't beat Tang Tian?" Yi Xian asked in astonishment. Song Suijing was too lazy to explain. She had a look of, I just know. End of chapter. Chapter 195. How about this? Let's make a bet. If I lose to Tang Tian, you don't have to return the favor you owe me. If I win against Tang Tian, then I... As Yi Xian spoke, he hesitated for a moment. If he won, could it be that he had to add another favor? How boring would that be? If you win, I'll give you a kiss. Song Suijing blurted out without thinking. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This was a pretty good reward. Even though he would be kissed, it was still pretty good. All right, but I'll add another condition. You have to honor it immediately and in front of everyone. How about that? Yi Xian added. You sure talk big. Up to you. Anyway, you can't win. Song Suijing casually replied. She felt that Yi Xian had no chance of winning against Tang Tian. He didn't even have a 10% chance. However, if he knew that Yi Xian had defeated Tang Ming, who was ranked in the top 100 of the Earth list, he would definitely regret it. All right, then I'll go up and beat Tang Tian up. Yi Xian suddenly had the motivation to do something. All of a sudden, a shout entered his ears. Yi Xian, what are you waiting for? Are you scared before the battle? It was obvious that this shout came from Tang Tian. Tang Tian, you're the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty. Don't you even have this little bit of patience? Yi Xian snorted and slowly walked up to the stage. Tang Tian didn't want to argue with Yi Xian, so he immediately shouted, There's no point in talking so much. Don't think that you have the right to be arrogant in front of me just because you defeated Tang Ming. I'll show you what true strength is. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone below the stage revealed an expression of disbelief. Tang Ming, wasn't he one of the great generals of the great Tang dynasty? Yi Xian actually defeated him? That be asterisk starred. How could he possibly defeat Tang Ming? Song Suijing stomped her feet in anger. From the discussions of the people around her, she knew that Tang Ming was a disciple at the middle stage of the true profound realm, who was ranked in the top 100 of the profound department. Since Yi Xian was able to defeat him, he might actually be able to defeat Tang Tian. If Tang Tian lost, then she would have to fulfill her promise. At that moment, Song Suijing had mixed feelings. She hoped that Tang Tian would lose, but she also hoped that Yi Xian would lose. She was in a dilemma. All right, then please teach me a lesson, Your Highness. It's good that you have eyes and dared to offend a brat from the great Tang dynasty. Yi Xian was still as calm as ever, as if he did not put Tang Tian in his eyes at all. However, the people below the stage began to discuss in low voices again. Oh no, this kid is dead for sure. He actually dared to challenge the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty. He's really courting death. That's not necessarily true. You were in seclusion a few days ago, so you don't know. This kid is a spiritual array master, and he has already joined the Divine Prefecture Alliance as a guest elder. Isn't it just a spiritual array master? Does the Divine Prefecture Alliance need to make such a big fuss and give him a guest elder? He's not an ordinary spiritual array master. He knows how to build the base of a spirit gathering array. He only needs 2 mid-grade crystals a day to maintain it. I heard that he had already set up hundreds of spirit gathering arrays yesterday afternoon. What? Hundreds? The people below the stage were still discussing. They did not expect Yi Xian to be so capable. After all, there were many people in the Divine Prefecture Alliance, but there were only a few dozen guest elders. However, at that moment, a battle broke out on the stage. Furthermore, the battle only lasted for a second. Boom! A loud, muffled sound was heard, and then a figure was sent flying. What? The dozens of people below the stage were all shocked. Someone was killed in a second? Who was it? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the figure on the stage. It was Tang Tian. No, it was Tang Tian who was sent flying. The person standing on the stage was Yi Xian. What did I just see? Tang Tian was sent flying with one punch. How is that possible? What's going on? I didn't see it clearly just now. Who could tell me what happened? I didn't see it clearly either. I only know that Tang Tian flew out after he exchanged a punch with Yi Xian. That's impossible. Tang Tian is at the middle stage, true, profound realm, and he's also the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty. He has been taught by an expert since he was young. Even someone at the peak of the true profound realm would find it difficult to defeat him with one punch. Who knows? Anyway, Tang Tian flew out of the stage. Not many people below the stage could see Yi Xian's movements clearly, but Song Suijing saw it clearly. Yi Xian had indeed only thrown one punch, and it was this one punch that sent Tang Tian flying. There was no extra movement, just one punch. Why is his physique so strong? I've also been training in body refinement techniques since I was young, but my physique is much weaker than his. We're both using upper-grade spirit-level martial arts, but he can send someone flying with one punch. Could it be that he's been training in an earth-grade body refinement technique? Song Suijing guessed in his heart. Even the Great Song Dynasty did not have an earth-grade cultivation technique. As for an earth-grade body tempering technique, it was not certain if the Soaring Heaven Mansion had one. Yi Xian wins. The disciple below the stage, who was registering for Yi Xian, was stunned for a moment before he announced the result. He had guessed that Yi Xian should be able to defeat Tang Tian, but he did not expect him to kill his opponent in a second. With this ability, he could definitely enter the top 150. However, he also understood that Yi Xian was purely looking for trouble with Tang Tian. At this moment, Tang Tian, who had flown out of the stage, spat out another mouthful of blood. He weakly stood up with the help of a few disciples from the Great Tang Dynasty. He looked at Yi Xian in shock and said in astonishment, "How did your ability improve so quickly? This is impossible. What's impossible about this? Tang Tian, could it be that you can't afford to lose and want to fight again? I'm more than happy to oblige." Yi Xian smiled calmly. Tang Tian was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Just now, when he and Yi Xian exchanged a punch, he almost felt that his only arm was going to be crippled. If that punch had landed on his body, it would have at least seriously injured him. Now, to ask him to go up and fight with Yi Xian again, this was completely asking for death. All right, Tang Tian, will remember this grudge. In the future, I will definitely return it to you. Tang Tian said with a straight face, then quickly left. The current him could not even clench his fist tightly and would need at least 10 days to half a month to recuperate. However, Yi Xian and the other two parties had offended him twice, and he would definitely not let them off so easily. Looking at Tang Tian's departing figure, Yi Xian smiled, then slowly walked down the stage under the gazes of thousands of people. The current him was all ready. He had defeated Tang Tian, who was ranked 200, and replaced him. Although Tang Tian had become an official disciple, because Yi Xian, who defeated him, was a preparatory disciple, he did not have a ranking. End of chapter. Chapter 196. Congratulations, junior brother. Immediately, many people came forward to welcome him. They were all members of the Divine Prefecture Alliance that Yi Xian had met before. However, when Yi Xian dealt with these people, he was shocked to find that Song Suijing had run away. That girl, did she think that she would be fine after escaping this time? Yi Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he did not think too much about it. After all, he and Song Suijing were in a relationship. The monk could run away, but the temple could not. She could run away for a while, but she could not run away forever. After defeating Tang Tian, Yi Xian's name was registered, and it would appear on a stone tablet. Then, he went to collect a set of official disciples' robes and learn about the benefits of being an official disciple. The benefits of being an official disciple of the Underworld Manor were based on their ranking on the Earth Board. Yi Xian was ranked 200, and he could receive 500 mid-grade crystal stones every month as cultivation resources. If he was in the top 10, he would receive at least 3,000 mid-grade crystal stones every month. If he was in the first place, it was even more terrifying. Every month, the Soaring Heaven Manor would give him 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. From this, it could be seen what kind of sect the Soaring Heaven Manor was. Just the amount of cultivation resources they gave out every month was an astronomical figure. It was a figure that Yi Xian did not dare to imagine. In addition to cultivation resources, official disciples also had some rights. For example, they could go to the Martial Skills Pavilion to choose martial skills according to their ranking. Although Yi Xian already had a few high-grade spiritual martial skills, he still went to the pavilion and collected all the martial skills in it into the devouring system. After that, Yi Xian returned to his residence. When he returned, he found that Song Sui-jing had not returned yet. That girl will take a detour when she sees me in the future. Yi Xian smiled indifferently and then went to rest. Tomorrow, he still had a difficult task to complete, which was to go to the Profound and Yellow Mansions to set up the Spirit Gathering Array. The next morning, Yi Xian woke up early to go to the Underworld Manor. However, he was shocked to find that Song Sui-jing had not returned yet. That girl is a goddess. I'm not a tiger. Isn't it just a kiss? Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and left. He first went to find Xianxia, and then they went to the Profound Department together. There were dozens of people in the Profound Department who needed the Spirit Gathering Array. Yi Xian was busy until the afternoon before he left for Huangji. After that, he helped the members of the Divine Prefecture Alliance set up a Spirit Gathering Array. At this time, it was already very late, so Yi Xian decided to spend the night in the Huang Residence's weapon hall. Excluding the hundreds of Spirit Gathering formations from the first day, Yi Xian had set up more than 160 Spirit Gathering formations. Based on the calculation of 300 mid-grade crystals per Spirit Gathering formation, he had earned 50,000 mid-grade crystals. He was not in a hurry to break through to the peak of the true Profound Realm, so he would absorb most of these spar and use the remaining few thousand mid-grade spar for later use. After spending the night in the Huang Residence's weapon hall, he and Xianxia rushed back to the Hell Residence the next day. This time, he finally saw Song Sui-jing. However, as soon as he entered the door, Song Sui-jing said angrily in the courtyard, "You bastard, I wasn't prepared and hid for 2 days. Did you have to make my room like that?" Yi Xian heard this and was a little confused. He asked in surprise, What did I enter your room?" When Song Sui-jing was not around, although he did not go in, he could sense that Song Sui-jing was not in the room. He did not enter Song Sui-jing's room at all. "Bastard, who else would dare to break into my room besides you? Go in and see for yourself." Song Sui-jing was so angry that her face turned red. Yi Xian walked up the stairs in surprise and pushed open Song Sui-jing's door. Now, he finally understood why Song Sui-jing was so angry. He saw that there was not a single thing in her room that was intact. The bed, the bookshelf, the desk, the vase, and even the ventilation window at the back were all smashed into pieces. Not only that, even the foundation of the spiritual energy gathering array on the floor was destroyed. "Look, everything is destroyed. I was wrong about you." Song Sui-jing walked to the door of her room. When she saw the miserable state inside again, she could not help but cry. At this time, she hated Yi Xian to death. She thought that Yi Xian was a narrow-minded person and was ready to move out today. Yi Xian turned his head and saw the tears in the corner of Song Sui-jing's eyes. He was almost scared to death. He quickly said, "Isn't it just a room and an array foundation? It's not a big deal. Besides, do I, Yi Xian, look like the kind of person who would take advantage of an opportunity to make trouble?" He was also helpless. Previously, during the Dynasty War, Song Sui-jing could still hold on after being hit by his palm. Now, she was crying because of such a small matter. Her heart was too weak. However, he would definitely not let go of the person who caused him to be misunderstood by his Song Sui-jing. "If it wasn't you, who else could it be?" Song Sui-jing's eyes were red. "Who do you think has a grudge against me?" Yi Xian said slowly. Hearing this, Song Sui-jing was stunned at first, then blurted out, "Tang Tian." Yi Xian nodded and said, "If I'm not wrong, it should be him. However, it might not be him who did it personally." "It really wasn't you?" Song Sui-jing asked again. Although she felt that Tang Tian was suspicious, she felt that Tang Tian would not have such guts. "If you still don't believe me, go to my room and take a look," Yi Xian replied. Song Sui-jing walked over in surprise, then pushed open the door. She realized that Yi Xian's room was also in a mess, and there was a scarlet blood word on the wall. Dead. If it was only the room that was destroyed, Song Sui-jing might still suspect Yi Xian. However, this blood word made Song Sui-jing's suspicion disappear. Tang Tian. This was definitely done by Tang Tian. Following that, Song Suijing returned to her own door and asked, "You didn't go back, so how did you know that your room was the same?" Yi Xian just walked out of Song Suijing's room and laughed. "The two of you weren't here yesterday, so he couldn't have only messed up your room. Tang Tian hates me, and you were just passing by. All right, I've cleaned up your room and built a new array base. You can redecorate it yourself." "All right, I've wronged you." Song Suijing wiped her tears and said embarrassedly, "It's okay. I'll take care of Tang Tian when the time comes. You, on the other hand, where have you been these 2 days? You don't have to hide from me like this, right?" It's just a kiss. I'll return it to you now." Song Suijing snorted and quickly pecked Yi Xian's face like a chicken eating rice. Yi Xian was also shocked. He did not expect Song Suijing to really kiss him. He was not prepared at all. When he reacted, Song Suijing had already finished kissing him, and he felt a breeze caress him. Really, what a loss. Big. End of chapter. Chapter 197. "All right, I don't owe you anything now." Song Suijing blushed like a little girl. "Haha, if I tell anyone about this, you'll definitely kill me." Yi Xian laughed out loud. "At least you know what's good for you." After Song Suijing finished speaking, she suddenly thought of something and said, "And you clearly have the ability to defeat Tang Tian. Why did you look like you couldn't beat him? You were clearly doing it on purpose." "When did I look like I couldn't beat him? I was clearly very confident that day, okay?" Yi Xian was also helpless. Anyway, you did it on purpose. You deliberately wanted to bet with me, you bad guy." Song Suijing pouted and was very dissatisfied. Yi Xian shrugged and laughed dryly. "If you think that way, I have nothing to say. I remember that you were the one who proposed this condition. Anyway, you did it on purpose." All right, I did it on purpose. Speaking of which, where have you been these 2 days? I haven't seen you at all." Yi Xian changed the topic. Song Suijing replied, "I went to the heavenly abode to look for my grandfather." "Weren't you looking for someone?" "Oh, right. Has your grandfather heard of that name?" Yi Xian thought of this question. Song Suijing hesitated for a moment and said, "My grandfather's reaction was very strange. He said that he would look for you personally." His reaction was very strange. Look for me personally? Yi Xian was stunned. This meant that he knew that Song Cheng knew. Perhaps Lin Wenyue was also an elder. However, what was this strange reaction? Could it be that there was something fishy? Did your grandfather say who it was? Yi Xian asked again. No. Song Suijing shook her head. All right, I got it. Yi Xian's heart froze. Then he would wait for Elder Song Cheng to find him. However, at this moment, Song Suijing suddenly felt something and said in shock, Yi Xian, your realm? Yi Xian was taken aback. He smiled and said, You kissed me just now, and I accidentally broke through. I have to thank you. What? How is that possible? Song Suijing couldn't believe it. This was the first time she had heard of such a breakthrough. This chapter does not end. Please turn the page. Method. I've already deliberately suppressed it, but you still managed to discover it. Not bad. Yi Xian praised. Of course. Wait, it hasn't even been a month since you broke through. How could you break through so quickly? Song Suijing couldn't believe it. Even if the manor of hell had an abundance of heaven and earth yuan qi, and even if he had a large amount of cultivation resources, he would still need a large amount of time to refine the medicinal efficacy. It was absolutely impossible for him to break through so quickly. It can't be helped. That's how geniuses are. Yi Xian shrugged again. The devouring system was the source of his strength. He was determined not to tell anyone about it. Now, Song Suijing finally felt how strong Yi Xian's talent was. Judge Song was already 18 years old, and Yi Xian was only 16 years old. The former had to cultivate for 2 more years before she was at the same level as Yi Xian. If your talent is so strong, why did you still participate in the assessment? You should at least have a perfect talent, right? Song Suijing couldn't help but ask. Perfect talent? I'm only at the distinguished intermediate level. Yi Xian answered honestly. Although he didn't know how talent was measured, he now understood that the higher the talent, the faster the cultivation speed, and the easier it was to break through. However, his cultivation speed had nothing to do with his talent. Impossible. Even my brother is at the inferior perfect level. You can't be at the distinguished intermediate level. Song Sui-jing shook her head. It doesn't matter. Cultivation talent is just a toilet stock. There are times when it's not accurate. Yi Xian replied. Just now, when Yi Xian saw the miserable state of Song Sui-jing's room, he was filled with anger. The first thing he thought of was Tang Tian. Therefore, in that instant, he directly swallowed the crystal and broke through to the peak of the true profound realm. At that time, he really wanted to rush in front of Tang Tian and beat him up. He wanted to cripple his other hand. However, he remembered that this was the soaring heaven mansion, so he endured it. With your talent, entering the heavenly abode shouldn't be a problem. Why don't I go look for grandfather again and see if he can... Before Song Sui-jing could finish, she was interrupted by Yi Xian. It's the same everywhere. Don't tell me you want to return that last favor? You don't want to go? You were fighting to go before. Don't tell me you're losing out by exchanging a favor? Song Sui-jing was confused. That was before. Now is now. Furthermore, Grand Duke Song, a favor from a lord is much more precious to me than the heavenly abode. Yi Xian said casually. The difference between the heavenly abode and the underworld abode was huge for most people. Underneath the heavenly abode was the great energy gathering formation, and the speed of cultivation there was several times faster than the underworld abode. Furthermore, all the higher-ups of the soaring heaven mansion lived there. If one was accepted as a disciple by one of the sect elders, as long as they could form their core, it would be much easier for them to break through to the divine core realm. After all, every single sect elder was at least at the divine core realm, and in order to break through from the half-step nascent core realm to the divine core realm, one would need a profound beast core. Furthermore, one would also need the help and guidance of a master. All right, since you don't want to go, then how do you plan to cultivate? Song Sui-jing asked helplessly. What do you mean by how do I plan to cultivate? Yi Xian didn't understand. You've broken through to the peak of the true profound realm. Once you cultivate your profound energy to the peak, you'll be able to start forming your core. But you'll need an earth rank skill to form your core. Do you have one? Song Sui-jing continued asking. Earth rank skill. Yi Xian was surprised. You don't know? Without an earth rank skill, it's impossible for you to form your core. Although I don't have one, I can ask my grandfather to teach you one. Song Sui-jing said, while blinking her big eyes. Why do you keep thinking about returning the favor? Although I don't have an earth rank skill right now, I can get one. You don't have to worry about that. Yi Xian said calmly. A high-rank spirit skill was much more expensive than an ordinary martial skill, let alone an earth rank skill. But he had the devouring system, and there were even heaven rank skills in it, let alone earth rank skills. Do you really trust the Divine Continent Alliance that much? Although they are strong, an earth rank skill isn't something they can just give out. Song Sui-jing said. Yi Xian said with a smile, didn't I just break through? I don't know when I'll be able to fill up my profound energy. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Although he said that he was actually thinking about it in his heart. His cultivation method was different from others. Did he directly devour treasures to break through to the half-step origin core realm? Or did he need an earth rank skill? He didn't know which one it was. Since the system didn't prompt him, he would just continue devouring. After all, when he broke through to the true profound realm, the true essence in his body directly transformed into profound energy. At this moment, Song Sui-jing suddenly remembered something. Thinking of something, he said, your physique is so strong. Could it be that you already have an earth-grade body tempering technique? End of chapter. Chapter 198. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. He laughed. You're so smart. I've been training my body since I was young. If not, why do you think I could send Tang Tian flying with one punch? Your low-level empire probably doesn't even have a middle-grade spirit-level martial arts, but you actually have an earth-level body training technique. It seems like some senior was living in seclusion and you obtained it after he passed away. Song Sui-jing did not suspect anything. You know that too. Yi Xian laughed again. All right, since you have an earth-level body training technique, you can also condense Dan essence. Why didn't you say you had it? You're wasting my time. Song Sui-jing looked unhappy. All right, I'm going somewhere. Are you coming? Yi Xian turned around and said, where are you going? Revenge. When she heard these two words, Song Suijing's eyebrows suddenly froze. Two rays of light shot out from her eyes. As for the culprit who had turned her room into such a mess, she would definitely not let him off so easily. All right, in a courtyard of the underworld residence. Your Highness, Yi Xian has returned. A stern young man knelt in front of Tang Tian and said respectfully, "You weren't discovered, right?" Tang Tian squinted his eyes. The arm he placed on the stone table had not recovered half of its original strength. If his profound spirit qi circulated here, its speed would drop by half. No, the stern young man shook his head. Then what was Yi Xian's expression like? Tang Tian asked expectantly. The stern young man hesitated, then said, Yi Xian did not return to his room. Furthermore, he looked very calm. How is that possible? Tang Tian was shocked. Yi Xian and Song Suijing's room was indeed destroyed by him. The word death was also personally written by him. He had already imagined all kinds of scenes in his heart. He thought that Yi Xian would be furious after seeing this, and would even tear down the entire courtyard. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian was not only not angry, but also very calm. He's probably enduring it. Tang Tian snorted. He will definitely find me later, and when that time comes, I want you to cripple one of his arms. Yes, Your Highness. The cold young man nodded respectfully without hesitation. He had been in the Soaring Sky Mansion for quite a few years now. He was a disciple ranked in the top 100 of the Earth ranking. Now, he had already cultivated his profound qi to the peak and was preparing to condense his core essence. The two of them waited for a while, and sure enough, they heard footsteps approaching. We meet again, Yi Xian. Tang Tian revealed a smile and shouted. However, in the next moment his smile froze, because the person who entered was not Yi Xian. Your Highness, something bad has happened. Tang Tian looked at the young man who ran in and realized that he was from the Great Tang Dynasty. He immediately asked, Why are you in such a hurry? The young man replied, Your Highness, that Yi Xian went to the challenge arena and issued a challenge to everyone in the Great Tang Dynasty. What? Tang Tian stood up in shock and said in shock, Issued a challenge to everyone? Didn't you say that you can only challenge once every half a month? Your Highness, his challenge was successful last time, so he still has the chance to challenge. Just now, he has already defeated 2 people and is currently ranked 168th, the young man reported. 2. Tang Tian's face trembled. It had only been half an hour since the cold young man reported, and Yi Xian had already defeated 2 disciples from the Great Tang Dynasty in the Soaring Sky Mansion. How is that possible? How many people does the Great Tang Dynasty have in the Underworld Mansion? Tang Tian turned and asked. The cold young man replied, Including Your Highness, there are a total of 12 people. Let's go to the challenge arena. Tang Tian's face turned cold, and he walked out of the courtyard. Just as Tang Tian walked out of the courtyard, many people had already gathered at the challenge arena of the Underworld Mansion. On the arena, there were 2 figures. No, there was only one left. One of the figures was directly blasted out of the arena. Yi Xian wins. When this voice rang out, the group of disciples below the arena were already shocked. This was because Yi Xian had already won 6 consecutive battles. In a short span of an hour, he had already defeated 6 disciples from the Underworld Mansion. To be precise, they were 6 disciples from the Great Tang Dynasty. Furthermore, all of them were sent flying with one punch. At this moment, Yi Xian was ranked 123rd, and the next disciple from the Great Tang Dynasty was ranked 88th. If he wanted to, he could definitely challenge the person with the highest ranking in the Underworld Mansion from the Great Tang Dynasty. However, he did not, because he wanted to humiliate the Great Tang Dynasty. Yi Xian, are you sure you want to challenge everyone from the Great Tang Dynasty? Suddenly, someone walked to the side of the arena and asked. It was the arena manager from the Divine Prefecture Alliance. I didn't expect to alarm Senior Brother Jiang. Yi Xian said awkwardly. The 88th disciple is still at the middle stage of the true profound realm, but the rest are all at the peak of the true profound realm. Are you sure you want to continue? The arena manager asked in surprise. Yi Xian nodded seriously and said, "Senior brother, just go ahead and contact them. I'm fine." "Good, you have guts. I'll get someone to help you inform the rest of the people." However, at this moment, a few figures suddenly walked in. Yi Xian turned around and immediately smiled. He thought to himself, "Tang Tian, you finally can't sit still anymore." Previously, when he told Song Suijing that he wanted to take revenge, he did not want to find Tang Tian and beat him until half of his body was paralyzed. He wanted to use another method, which was to defeat all the disciples on the Earth Roll of the Great Tang Dynasty. Instead of taking revenge physically, he would rather take revenge spiritually. Yi Xian, after entering the arena, Tang Tian immediately shouted. His deafening voice reverberated in the air. "Tang Tian, I trust you have been well since we last met." Yi Xian walked to the edge of the arena and smiled. Song Suijing, who was below the arena, saw Tang Tian and walked over with a gloomy face. He snorted, "I didn't expect that the crown prince of the Great Tang Dynasty would do such a despicable thing. It's really disgusting." "What did you say?" Tang Tian glared at Song Suijing. "You know best what you did. You dare to do it, but don't dare to admit it. Hypocrite." Song Suijing whispered in a voice that Tang Tian could hear. Tang Tian's expression changed and walked straight in. "Your Highness." The disciples were defeated by Yi Xian walked over and said guiltily, "A bunch of trash. Whose turn is it?" Tang Tian asked coldly. "It's the 88th ranked Xianxia's turn." One of them replied. Tang Tian asked again, "Is he here yet?" "Not yet. I've already gone to inform him." Hearing this, Tang Tian turned his head and said to Yi Xian, "Yi Xian, are you going to fight to the death with my Great Tang Dynasty?" Yi Xian stood at the edge of the arena and smiled indifferently. "Tang Tian, haven't we already fought to the death?" In a chapter. Chapter 199. All right, remember what you said. I'll watch and see how many people you can defeat. After Tang Tian finished speaking, he stood quietly at the side. Everyone present could feel the two opposing auras and started whispering to each other. Compared to the other dynasties and the Divine Prefecture Alliance, the people from the Great Tang Dynasty were indeed a little arrogant. Many people did not like them. Soon, the disciple named Zhang Yong on the Earth Board arrived. He did not notice Tang Tian and walked directly into the arena. "You're the one who challenged me." Zhang Yong did not understand the situation. He was just cultivating when he was called out. "Come." Yi Xian did not say much. His tone directly caused Zhang Yong to be dissatisfied. "You're courting death." After Zhang Yong snorted coldly, he took a big stride forward. Although he was at the middle stage of the true profound realm, the 80th place on the Earth Board was already at the peak of the true profound realm. Therefore, his strength was considered to be at the peak of the true profound realm. However, in the next moment, he felt a pain in his chest and flew out uncontrollably. "What?" Zhang Yong was shocked. He landed outside the arena and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Xian wins. The referee in the arena announced again. Now, Yi Xian had defeated all the middle stage, true, profound realm disciples of the Great Tang Dynasty. Next would be the peak of the true, profound realm. Trash. Zhang Yong, who had landed outside the arena, suddenly heard a voice. He turned around and saw Tang Tian standing not far away. His expression immediately changed. "What's going on?" "Senior brother, I want to continue the challenge." Yi Xian continued to shout in the arena. "All right, I've already sent someone to inform them." The arena administrator of the Divine Prefecture Alliance had already sent many people to inform them. Furthermore, there were several people at the same time. It would not be long before those people arrived at the arena one by one. However, at this moment, Tang Tian suddenly said, "Yi Xian, I know what you're going to do. Next is the peak of the true profound realm. Are you sure you want to suffer?" Yi Xian had just broken through, so Tang Tian did not know that Yi Xian was definitely courting death. But right at this moment, someone suddenly whispered from the side, "Your Highness, he's already at the peak of the true profound realm." What? The moment he said that, Tang Tian immediately agreed. This chapter does not end. Please turn the page, shocked. How is this possible? Previously, when he was sent flying by a single punch from Yixian was only at the middle stage of the true profound realm. However, in just a few days, Yixian had actually broken through to the peak of the true profound realm. Could it be that Yixian had eaten some kind of precious heavenly treasure and leveled up? However, after quickly searching through his memories, he found that there was nothing that could directly raise someone from the middle stage of the true profound realm by one level. What a monster! His aptitude is above adjudicator songs, but why is he still participating in the assessment? Tang Tian was very puzzled. He had already felt immense pressure from Yixian. As he pondered, he could not help but reveal a murderous intent. It was not a good sign to make an enemy of such a genius. However, at this moment, he and Yixian were already mortal enemies. Therefore, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to eliminate Yixian. Soon, two more figures appeared on the arena. They were the two peak of the true profound realm from the great Tang dynasty in the Underworld Palace. They were different from Zhang Yong. When they entered, they saw Tang Tian and immediately walked toward him. Yixian is courting death. Do not show any mercy later. Cripple him. Tang Tian said softly. He did not know who would enter the arena first, but as long as he could cripple Yixian would be finished. Yes, the two of them replied respectfully. Then, one of them walked into the arena. Looking at the young man, Yixian smiled slightly. At this moment, Song Suijing suddenly shouted from below the arena, Yixian, send him flying. Okay. Yixian's answer was very simple. When the referee below the arena heard this, he immediately shouted, Begin. Peak of the true profound realm. This was the first peak of the true profound realm that Yixian had faced. But so what? Junior brother Yi, you go first. If I go first, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to do so, the young man said coldly. Okay, then I will respectfully accept your offer. Yixian did not want to waste time talking nonsense. He immediately activated his profound qi, and in an instant, he turned into a stream of light and shot out. Whoosh! Everyone present could not see his movements clearly, including the peak of the true profound realm disciples, and even a young man standing in front of Yixian. The young man was a little regretful. He regretted saying such big words, but now was not the time to regret. He focused his eyes and saw that it was actually true. He caught a glimpse of Yixian's figure. Immediately, he activated his profound qi and suddenly threw a punch in front of him. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Yixian suddenly sped up and disappeared. This punch of his had hit nothing but air. No, it did not miss. The young man's heart trembled. He felt that his right fist had hit something, but just as this feeling was transmitted to his brain, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. Crack! A crisp sound rang out in the quiet arena. When everyone reacted, they realized that a strange thing had pierced through the young man's back. It was a bone. Although the young man was at the peak of the true profound realm, he could not help but let out a scream. Yixian had punched his hand bone through his shoulder. One had to know that this young man had also used an upper-grade spiritual level martial art. Yixian was also using the same technique, but why was the difference so big? The young man screamed as he retreated. At this moment, the biggest thought in his mind was to escape. You want to run? Get out of here. Yixian quickly followed and kicked the young man's waist, kicking him out of the arena. The arena was 5 meters high. The young man flew out and landed hard on the ground, falling flat on his face. Victory to Yixian. The manager of the arena was already used to such occurrences and immediately shouted out. This young man was ranked 67th, which meant that Yixian had already charged into the 67th place on the Earth roll. Next up was the 43rd place. Yeah, Yixian did well. Song Suijing, who was below the arena, cheered. Yixian had crippled his opponent with one punch and sent him flying with the second punch. It was really satisfying. Everyone in the crowd was completely convinced by him. They were both at the peak of the true profound realm, but why was the difference so big? Could it be that Yixian had already condensed his Jindan and was at the half-step origin core realm? How was this possible? How many peak true profound realm disciples in the soaring sky mansion were stuck at the step of condensing their Jindan. Yi Xian had just entered the underworld palace for less than 2 months. How could he have condensed his Jindan? No one believed it, but Yi Xian had sent an expert ranked 67th flying with 1 punch. This was an undeniable fact. In a chapter 200, after sending his opponent flying, Yi Xian walked back to the center of the arena in a neither arrogant nor impatient manner. After that, he shouted, "Next! Next!" Are they queuing up to give themselves warmth? At this moment, everyone's gaze was on Tang Tian. To be precise, it was on the young man beside Tang Tian. He was the 43rd disciple on the Earthboard. What are you waiting for? Go! Tang Tian clenched his teeth and shouted. Yi Xian had already provoked him. How could he show weakness? Your Highness, the young man was hesitant. Yi Xian could cripple an opponent of the same level with 1 punch and send him flying with 2 punches. This was obviously not something he could handle. If he went up, he might end up like that. He did not want his bones to be broken. Go! Tang Tian clenched his fist and his body trembled. The young man hesitated for a moment. After a while, he clenched his teeth and turned to walk towards the ring. His footsteps were heavy. Each step left a footprint. At the same time, he kept asking himself in his heart, go or not? If he went up, he might lose an arm. If he did not go up, he would anger Tang Tian. Ta! The young man did not notice his speed. He had already walked to the stairs beside the ring. Get the hell up there! Tang Tian's furious voice came from behind him. A strong martial artist at the peak of the true profound realm. No matter which empire he was in, he would definitely be the target of the royal family. But here, he was scolded like a dog. In an instant, the young man made a decision. He turned his head and said, I give up. He did not have any confidence in himself. Rather than being crippled by Yi Xian and continuing to be Tang Tian's dog, he would rather leave the great Tang dynasty. What did you say? Without waiting for the arena administrator to speak, Tang Tian shouted in disbelief. Your Highness, I give up and leave the great Tang dynasty. The young man said with determination. Although he was sent to the soaring heaven mansion by the great Tang dynasty's royal family, he was still alone. Tang Tian's actions had already disappointed him. Say that again. Tang Tian suspected that he had heard wrongly. The young man's words shocked everyone present, including Yi Xian. However, he reacted quickly and said with a smile, Senior brother, the Divine Prefecture Alliance welcomes you. All right, I'll join. The young man agreed without any hesitation. Since he had already left the Tang dynasty, it would be best for him to join the strongest Divine Prefecture Alliance. Ha! Yi Xian laughed out loud. He did not expect to see such a dramatic scene. Not only were Tang Tian's subordinates afraid of going up on stage, they even left the great Tang dynasty and joined the Divine Continent Alliance. Yi Xian had won so many matches in a row and swept away the face of the great Tang dynasty. However, what he had done before could not compare to what he had done this time. This was a resounding slap to the face, and it was done by his own people. This made Yi Xian think of a phrase, bring disgrace upon yourself. Good, very good. Tang Tian was flustered and exasperated. He immediately said to the young man next to him, even if you have to die, you have to cripple him. Do you understand? The young man was startled for a moment. Then he nodded his head. He was different from the traitor. He was a man of sacrifice trained by the great Tang dynasty, and he was loyal to the great Tang dynasty's royal family. Tang Tian's order was something he had to do even if he had to die. Furthermore, he was the only person in the great Tang dynasty who was ranked in the top 20 of the Earth Palace, and he had already formed a trace of core energy. As long as he had enough core energy, he would be able to fuse with a profound beast's inner core. After that, he would break through to the divine core realm. Since he had already formed his core energy, he could easily defeat any ordinary peak true profound realm warrior, just like Yi Xian. Next, Yi Xian's voice sounded out once again, and it echoed throughout the entire arena. Right now, there were nearly 100 people gathered in the arena. There were disciples from the Earth Palace and disciples from the Black and Yellow Mansions. When they heard what Yi Xian said, they couldn't help but be startled. Yi Xian had just challenged a peak true profound realm warrior, and now he was going to challenge a half-step Origin Core warrior? One had to know that even if a low-grade spirit class martial art was used with Jindan essence, its power would still be stronger than a mid-grade spirit class martial art. If a high-rank spirit martial skill was used, its strength would be comparable to an earth-rank martial skill. Go, cripple him. Tang Tian's expression darkened once again as he ordered. Yes, sir. The young man nodded his head and replied. After that, he slowly walked towards the arena. Everyone's gazes fell upon him. Tang Yaowang, ranked 19th on the Earth ranking, half-step Origin Core warrior. His cultivation base had surpassed everyone in the arena, but no one knew who was stronger, Yi Xian or Tang Yaowang. Although Yi Xian had won so many matches in a row, he was going to face a half-step Origin Core warrior, a warrior who only had 1 foot in the Divine Core realm. Song Suijing looked at Tang Yaowang and furrowed his brows. He whispered to Yi Xian, That's enough. You've taken your revenge. Don't challenge him anymore. Come down now. Yi Xian turned his head and said with a smile, Since it's revenge, I won't give up halfway. No, you can't beat him. Come down now. Song Suijing said anxiously, I can even send a peak true, profound realm warrior flying with a single punch, so I can send a mere half-step Origin Core warrior flying. What? You don't believe me? Why don't we have another bet? It's the same bet as before. What do you think? Yi Xian asked. I'm not betting. Come down now. Song Suijing glanced at Huang Yaowang and found out that Huang Yaowang had already reached the bottom of the arena and was walking down the stairs. If you don't want to bet, then I won't go down. Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders like a rascal. Song Suijing compromised. Fine, I lose. Come down now. You just don't believe in my strength. Just watch from below. Yi Xian replied calmly. Although he and Song Suijing were enemies before, that was only during the exam. After spending some time with Song Suijing, he found her to be a cute little girl. Just now, Tang Tian's actions caused him to be misunderstood by Song Suijing, which made Song Suijing cry. When Yi Xian saw Song Suijing's teary eyes, he had already made up his mind. He had to take revenge. That was the reason why he chose to break through and wanted to make the great Tang dynasty lose all face. Let him go down? Impossible. At this moment, Huang Yaowang had already walked up to the arena. Song Suijing was so anxious that she jumped up and prepared to pull Yi Xian down the stage. You've already agreed to so many battles, it's enough. You don't have to risk your life for this. Although there won't be any injuries in this arena, Tang Tian obviously wants to cripple you, don't. Song Suijing pulled Yi Xian's arm and whispered. In a chapter 201. I know he's at the half-step Origin Core realm, but I, Yi Xian, am not that weak. Just go down there and watch. Trust me. Yi Xian said calmly with a faint smile on his face. You? Song Suijing was still frowning, but when she saw the confidence in Yi Xian's eyes, she couldn't help but ask, Are you sure you can win? In her opinion, Yi Xian was just at the peak of the true, profound realm, and he had just broken through. It was impossible for him to accept the challenge from Huang Yaowang, who was at the half-step Origin Core realm. However, she had never seen Yi Xian lose before. Who would have thought that the man she was chasing after would break through 2 realms in just a month's time, and could send an expert who was as strong as Adjudicator Song flying with a single punch? This was a miracle. Yes, Yi Xian replied solemnly. Song Suijing hesitated for a moment. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly walked to the edge of the arena and said, Junior Sister Song, you can come down now. Hearing this familiar voice, Song Suijing and Yi Xian turned around and saw that it was Xianxia. I'm sorry for disturbing senior brother, Yi Xian said with guilt. He was now a guest elder of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, and his actions represented the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Don't worry, it's just the Great Tang Dynasty. Even if the 4 dynasties join forces, they won't be able to do anything to the Divine Prefecture Alliance, Xianxia said with a smile. That's good, Yi Xian replied with a smile. Not only that, when Xianxia appeared, Song Suijing's expression turned slightly better. She might not know who Xianxia was before, but now, it was impossible for her not to know him, because Xianxia was the number 1 ranked on the Earth ranking. Song Chung had told her that Xianxia had broken through to the Divine Core realm, and this was a secret that only a few people knew about. With Jiangyu watching over them, Yixian would definitely be fine. Be careful, Song Sui Jing reminded him in a low voice. Then she walked down the arena. Tang Tian also noticed Jiangyu and immediately realized that something was wrong. Jiangyu was ranked first on the Earth board. Even if Yixian could not defeat Tang Yaowang, his life would not be in danger. It would be difficult to cripple Yixian. However, at this time, Tang Yaowang had already gone up. Could it be that he could still ask him to come down? Let's begin. After receiving a signal from Jiangyu, the manager of the arena, the staff member also shouted loudly. The battle had begun. Half-step Primal Core Realm? The other party has Primal Core. If he uses Primal Core to use a superior grade Spirit Martial Technique, or even an Earth grade Martial Technique, I will not be able to handle it. Therefore, there is only one way. Yixian thought for a moment, then took out a bow and arrows. High-grade Spirit Artifact, Heaven-Shocking Bow. When the bow and arrow fell into everyone's eyes, they all opened their mouths wide. Using a bow and arrow in the ring? Was this a joke? Even Jiangyu could not understand Yixian's actions. The arena was only a few hundred meters long and wide. Most of the time, it was close combat. What was Yixian planning to do by taking out a bow and arrow? Junior brother, are you sure you want to use a bow and arrow to fight me? Tang Yaowang squinted his eyes and asked in surprise. Senior brother, don't underestimate a bow and arrow. Yixian smiled slightly. However, he had already raised his spirits to 120%. Although the half-step Primal Core realm was within the true Profound realm, the only difference was Primal Core. If Tang Yaowang used Primal Core to attack, he did not have the confidence to receive it. Therefore, he had to treat this battle with caution. Tang Yaowang did not ask further. He nodded slightly and released a surge of profound qi. The surrounding space suddenly became distorted. This was the sign of profound qi being cultivated to the extreme. Junior brother, be careful. He shouted in a low voice and disappeared from where he was. Other than Yixian and Jiangyu, no one else could see his figure. Using an upper spiritual level movement technique right from the start, but it seems like you haven't used your Primal Core yet. Fine, I'll show you my new technique. Yixian thought for a moment, then suddenly shot an arrow from his bow. However, this arrow was not shot at Tang Yaowang. Instead, it was shot at the sky. Upper spiritual level movement technique, arrow rain. A ray of light broke through the sky and shot up to a few hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Then, this ray of light suddenly exploded and turned into countless golden rays that fell from the sky. These golden rays had a very wide range and covered the entire arena. Some of them were even outside the arena. No matter where Tang Yaowang ran, it was useless. What? Tang Yaowang was shocked. This was the first time he had seen a movement technique with such a wide range. Immediately, he used a defensive movement technique to block these golden rays. Puff, puffed. However, this was not very useful. Yixian had an upper spiritual weapon and used an upper spiritual level movement technique. How could he be blocked so easily? Tang Yaowang, who had wanted to get close to Yixian, was blocked by the arrow rain. Since his defensive movement technique was not effective, he could only use his attacks to block it. He stamped his feet and directly slashed at the sky to disperse the golden rays above his head. However, after he dispersed the first ray, a second ray of golden rays formed and fell on him. At the same time, Yixian was already retreating and continuously releasing arrows. He did this not because he wanted to use guerrilla warfare, but because he wanted to buy time. Even if he had the 100-flower bloodline to quickly recover his celestial qi, he would definitely be faster than Tang Yaowang. Therefore, he could not use the arrow rain technique to defeat Tang Yaowang. His purpose of buying time was to divert some of his attention to find a cultivation technique in the devouring system that would allow him to contend with an origin core realm cultivator. Since he wanted to humiliate the Tang dynasty, he could not use such a dirty method to win. If he wanted to do it, he had to do it head-on. However, Yixian's attacking methods had convinced everyone present. Jiangyu was even more surprised because this martial art was not given to Yixian by him. What a powerful martial art! Although it has not reached the earth level, it is close. Where did he learn it from? Xianxia was very surprised. Right at this moment, the battle in the arena changed. Tang Yaowang had already rushed in front of Yixian. Using his Dan origin to use a defensive martial art, Xianxia saw through it immediately. If he did not do so, Tang Yaowang would not be able to catch up to Yixian. At this moment, he was already prepared to make a move. If the situation was not right, he would quickly go up to save the situation. However, when Tang Yaowang rushed in front of Yixian, the latter had already put away his heaven-shocking bow. Not only that, Yixian's eyes were shining with a demonic light, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Just now, Tang Tian had already given the order, even if Tang Yaowang died, he had to cripple Yixian. Therefore, Tang Yaowang was already prepared to kill his fellow sect members. He activated the remaining Dan origin in his body and condensed it in his palm, then suddenly extended it out. Earth-level martial art, 7 extinction palms. End of chapter. Chapter 202. Using Dan essence to use an Earth-level martial arts? Let's see who's stronger, you or me. Yixian's eyes flashed. When Tang Yaowang's palm was in front of him, his aura instantly soared, including the strength of his qi. Earth-level martial arts, exploding acupoints tactics. A few muffled sounds could be faintly heard coming from Yixian's body. This was the sound of Yixian's acupoints exploding. The price to pay for this was that the strength of his qi would soar several times. Go to hell! Yixian roared to the sky, and his right fist blasted out like a meteor. Earth-level martial arts, Great Mercy Palm. Bang! When the two palms came into contact, 2 different types of energy bombarded together. In an instant, a strong wind blew in the ring, blowing the audience below the ring back a few steps. Crack! Crack! 2 crisp sounds rang out one after another. The 2 people in the arena quickly retreated backward. These 2 crisp sounds were the sound of the bones in their hands breaking. Tang Yaowang retreated in horror. He hurriedly sensed his left hand and found that his left hand was already crippled. His shoulder was the pivot that connected his left hand to his body. However, the meridians in this area were all shattered, and his qi could not pass through it all. Impossible. I used Dan essence to use an earth-level martial arts. How could he block it? Tang Yaowang could not believe it. His palm was enough to kill an expert at the peak of the true darkness realm. Even though Yixian had refined his body, it was impossible for him to block it. However, in the next moment, he realized that the qi in Yixian's body was much stronger than his, even though he had cultivated to the peak. How could this be? At this moment, clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a series of crisp sounds fell into Tang Yaowang's ears. He focused his eyes and saw that Yixian had rushed in front of him without him noticing. Not good. Tang Yaowang's expression changed dramatically, and his right hand that was holding the long sword suddenly chopped down. Rip! The long sword directly chopped down on Yixian's shoulder. At the same time, Yixian's palm directly slapped Tang Yaowang's right shoulder. Bang! Tang Yaowang was sent flying. 2 great mercy palms, one on the left and one on the right, had destroyed the meridians in both of his shoulders. In addition to the fact that his Dan essence was depleted, he was no longer a threat to Yixian in this match. Yixian raised his left hand, pulled out the long sword hanging on his shoulder, and threw it to the ground. In the next moment, Yixian's left. Seen your brother Tang die. Yez's B. But at this moment, Brat, stop! An explosive shout suddenly sounded out in the sky. Immediately after, a figure appeared on the stage. This person wore the clothes of an elder of the Soaring Sky Mansion and directly charged towards Yixian. What? Elder? Or? Not good. Yixian shouted in his mind. But his left hand didn't stop there. He accurately slapped onto Tang Yaowang's chest. Then a massive amount of profound energy was injected into Tang Yaowang's body, sending him flying away once again. Buddy, you're courting death. Seeing this, the old man's eyes turned red. He quickly arrived next to Yixian. Then he slapped onto Yixian's chest as well. Bang! The old man's palm seemed weak, but in fact, it was incredibly powerful. It instantly sent Xian flying away. Xian felt like his chest was going to explode, and it felt like there was a meat grinder running inside his body. The profound energy in his body started flowing in reverse, and he was in so much pain that he almost fainted. The palm strike of a divine core warrior was not something that anyone could withstand. Everything happened too quickly, and only Xianxia was able to react to it. Without hesitation, he quickly dashed forward. After the old man sent Xian flying away, he turned around and glanced at Tang Yaowang's injuries. Killing intent immediately emerged in his heart. "Buddy, I'm going to kill you." The old man furiously roared out as he dashed forward. Before Xian could land on the ground, he slapped onto him again. However, what surprised him was that Xian, who was in the air, wasn't knocked out by him. He still maintained a trace of consciousness. With great difficulty, he condensed a trace of profound energy and blasted out a palm to meet the old man's withered palm. Bang! Crack! The bones in Xian's left hand were shattered by the impact. The old man had a look of disbelief on his face. But he didn't stop there. He slapped his palm toward Xian again. "Stop!" Xianxia had caught up with Xian. But he wasn't fast enough, so he could only watch as Xian was struck by the old man's second palm strike. Bang! Another surge of energy drilled into Xian's body, shattering all of his internal organs. "Fuck your cousin." Xian didn't faint from the pain. He cursed in his mind. He couldn't figure out why a divine core sect elder would attack him. But now he finally understood. This old man must be a divine core warrior from the Great Tang Dynasty. And because he had crippled Tang Yaowang's cultivation, he had enraged this old man. The four dynasties kept each other in check, and each dynasty only had one divine core warrior. Tang Yaowang was the genius who had the highest chance of breaking through to the divine core realm in the Great Tang Dynasty, and he had been crippled by Xian. It would be strange if he didn't seek revenge on Xian. When the old man saw that Xian was still alive, he was surprised. He was about to give him another palm strike, but right at this moment, Xianxia finally arrived. Originally, Xianxia wanted to hide his true strength, but he didn't expect this old man to suddenly attack Xian. He didn't want to see Xian die, so he had no choice but to attack. Bang! When the two divine core warriors' palms collided, the shockwaves swept across 100 meters away and knocked away all the disciples who hadn't reacted in time. Xianxia and the old man both took a few steps back. The former asked in shock, "Sect Elder Tang, what are you doing?" "He has crippled the second divine core warrior of the Great Tang Dynasty," the old man said while gnashing his teeth. At the same time, he was shocked. When Xianxia exchanged a palm strike with him just now, he realized that Xianxia was no weaker than him. He knew that Xianxia was a divine core warrior, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. "Then, Sect Elder Tang, who are you? Are you the Great Tang Dynasty's old great emperor, or are you an elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion?" Xianxia asked. The old man was startled. Then he realized that something bad was going to happen. Indeed, he was the Great Tang Dynasty's old great emperor, but he was in the Soaring Heaven Mansion right now, and he was an elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. An elder had violated the Soaring Heaven Mansion's rules and attacked a disciple who was fighting on the arena. Because of this, he would most likely be expelled from the Soaring Heaven Mansion. "I'm sorry for being rude, but this young man is cruel and merciless. He actually killed his fellow disciples. I'm just cleaning up the mess." The old man quickly found an explanation for himself. "Cleaning up the mess? Tang's son, are you enforcing the law on my behalf?" Suddenly, an old voice sounded out. After that, a figure descended from the sky and landed next to Xian. He quickly fed Xian a pill and helped Xian absorb it. After that, he turned around and looked at the old man. Into chapter 203. Song Cheng. After seeing who it was, the old man's expression darkened. He didn't understand why Song Cheng would come to the underworld palace, and why he coincidentally saw him injure Xian. The man who suddenly appeared was the Great Song Dynasty's old great emperor, Song Cheng, as well as the law-enforcing elder of Soaring Heaven Mansion. If a disciple of Soaring Heaven Mansion made a mistake, the law enforcement hall would be the one to punish him. However, this old man had overstepped his authority and punished a disciple on behalf of Song Cheng. This was against the rules. Tang Sun, how dare you disregard the sect's rules and attack a disciple? Jiang Yu, arrest him. Song Cheng shouted coldly. Tang Sun glared at Song Cheng and hastily shouted, how dare you? Even if the sect chief made a mistake, I still have the authority to arrest him. Tang Sun, are you trying to resist? Song Cheng took a step forward and unleashed his powerful core energy. The powerful aura nearly knocked out Yixian. Hearing this, Tang Sun trembled in anger. Seeing that Tang Sun didn't respond, Jiang Yu also dashed forward, preparing to arrest him. However, right at this moment, his aura suddenly skyrocketed. He estimated that he would lose his position as a sect elder, and his cultivation base might even be destroyed. Then he would be expelled from Soaring Heaven Mansion. He didn't dare to do anything. Therefore, he had to run. Bang! Tang Sun slapped Jiang Yu's shoulder with lightning speed, sending him flying away. After that, he turned around and started running away. Seeing this, Song Cheng immediately shouted out, Tang Sun is running away for fear of punishment. Jiang Yu, come with me and arrest him. Yes, Jiang Yu was furious as well, so he immediately chased after Tang Sun. In an instant, a great battle broke out, a great battle between divine core warriors. Tang Sun had a gloomy expression. He was defending himself while running away. Luckily, he had a great movement skill, or else he would have been captured by Song Cheng and Jiang Yu. At the same time, Song Suijing quickly ran next to Yixian and checked his injuries. But when she checked his injuries, she couldn't help but cry out in shock. All of his meridians are broken. All of his meridians were broken. If he didn't have any pills or medicine, his life would be ruined. Not only that, but Yixian's body was in chaos. His injuries were so severe that he could die at any moment. But Yixian hadn't fainted yet. He gritted his teeth and said, help me. The pill. Both of his hands were crippled. On one hand, he was injured when he fought Tang Yaoguang, and on the other hand, he was injured when he fought Tang Sun. At this moment, he could not even lift his hand. However, he spent the last of his devouring points to exchange for an elixir. Song Suijing had tears in her eyes. After being reminded by Yixian, she realized that there was a black pill beside Yixian's hand. Is this it? Song Suijing picked up the elixir and asked. Yes, Yixian said weakly. At that moment, Song Suijing hurriedly threw the pill into Yixian's mouth. The latter immediately swallowed it. Song Cheng's elixir could only temporarily suppress his injuries. It was useless for his broken meridians. With his meridians broken, celestial qi could not circulate. He couldn't even refine it. Fortunately, Song Suijing was still beside him. She quickly transferred some celestial qi over to help him refine it. The elixir instantly spread and flowed through Yixian's body. Every time it flowed through his broken meridians, some of the elixir would remain and act as a bridge to connect his meridians temporarily. Ever since his dantian was broken, Yixian had never felt this empty and powerless feeling again. He didn't expect to experience it again today. If it was an ordinary person whose meridians were broken, they would definitely be crippled. But he wasn't an ordinary person. Not only did he have the divine elixir exchange from the devouring system, he also had the mid-level Hunter-Flower bloodline. Given some time, his meridians could be connected. How are you? Song Suijing asked anxiously. I'm okay. I won't die. Be careful, Yixian said slowly. The elixir given by Song Cheng was pretty good. With the addition of the Hunter-Flower bloodline, his injuries were already suppressed, and he was slowly recovering. Ta-ta-ta. At this moment, the sound of footsteps was suddenly heard. Song Suijing turned around and saw that it was Tang Tian. Song Suijing immediately took out her weapon and looked at Tang Tian cautiously. Tang Tian, why are you here? When the members of the Divine Prefecture Alliance saw Tang Tian walking towards Yixian, they quickly followed and protected Yixian. At this moment, Yixian didn't have any ability to resist. If Tang Tian wanted to attack, he could kill Yixian in one hit. The current you isn't worth my time, trash. Tang Tian shouted coldly. When Yi Xian, who was lying on the ground, heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Go and see what your grandfather is saying, haha. Tang Tian's expression darkened. He didn't expect Tang Sun to attack at this critical moment. However, Tang Sun was a divine core warrior, and he could definitely cripple Yi Xian. However, he didn't know the rules of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. To be exact, he didn't know the rules of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Therefore, he didn't know what Tang Sun was going to face. He thought Tang Sun would only receive some punishment. But too bad. Not only did Tang Sun injure Yi Xian, he even fought back. He would be expelled from the Soaring Heaven Mansion, or even crippled. If he was an ordinary disciple, Tang Sun would at most be stripped of his elder position. However, Yi Xian's current status was different. It wasn't because he defeated Tang Yaoguang. It was because of Lin Wenyue. After Tang Tian finished speaking, he coldly harumphed. Then he quickly left the arena and chased after the other three. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at Tang Yaoguang, who was still on the arena. Tang Yaoguang was disheartened, but this was his fate. The rest of the disciples surrounded Yi Xian, whispering to each other. They could see that Yi Xian was severely injured, and profound energy was leaking out from his body. This was clearly a sign that his meridians were broken. However, after observing for a while, they were shocked to find that the speed at which the profound energy was leaking out had slowed down significantly. After a while, the leaking profound energy was actually sucked back in. What was going on? Junior disciple Song. What happened to senior disciple Yi? A disciple from the Divine Prefecture Alliance looked at Yi Xian and couldn't help but ask. I don't know either. Song Sui-jing shook her head. Right at this moment, Yi Xian's eyes were tightly shut, and his breathing was very stable. He didn't look like someone who was severely injured at all. After a long while, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. Yi Xian, how are you? Song Sui-jing asked anxiously. I'm fine, but I can't move for the time being. Just let me lie down for a while. Yi Xian replied indifferently. However, he had just sensed that his meridians were already connected. As long as he was given a little more time, he would be able to recover to his original state. However, he had just used a special martial art, the exploding body technique. The price of using this martial art was to cause him to fall by 3 realms for half a month. It could be considered a life-saving martial art. If it wasn't for the exploding body technique, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't have been able to cripple Tang Yaoguang. When he faced Tang Sun, he would probably be slapped to death. VIP Chapter. End of chapter. Chapter 204. Why are you so stupid? It's more than enough to defeat so many of them. Why do you still want to challenge a half-step origin core warrior? Seeing Yi Xian on the verge of death, Song Sui-jing couldn't hold it in any longer. She laid her head on Yi Xian's body and started crying. The surrounding people were speechless. A princess of a dynasty was laying her head on a man's body and crying in public? What kind of scandal was this? But they still turned their heads away and pretended they didn't see anything. What are you talking about? Didn't I just beat up that Tang Yaoguang? If it wasn't for that old man, I wouldn't have become like this. Yi Xian said helplessly. He really wanted to take advantage of the situation, but all his meridians had just been reconnected, and he couldn't move at all. If he didn't challenge him, this wouldn't have happened. Song Sui-jing raised her head. Her face was covered in tears, and it almost melted Yi Xian's heart. That won't do. If I don't take revenge, it will always be a burden in my heart and become an obstacle in my path of cultivation. That's why I have to get rid of it. Yi Xian casually made up an excuse. What cultivation? He grew by devouring things, and cultivation had nothing to do with him. Right after he finished speaking, Jiang Yu, who went out to catch Tang Sun, suddenly returned. But he came back alone. When he returned, he immediately walked up to Yi Xian and checked his injuries. You were hit by Elder Tang Sun's 2 palm strikes, but you only suffered such minor injuries? Jiang Yu asked in surprise. I ate a life-saving pill, otherwise I would be in deep trouble. Yi Xian grinned, then asked again, Where's that old man? Elder Song went after him, but I couldn't catch up with him, so I came back. Don't worry, junior brother, Soaring Heaven Mansion will definitely give you justice. Xianxia said, that old man is the old great emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty, the only divine core warrior in the Great Tang Dynasty. He really helped me vent the hatred in my heart. Yixian casually said. If possible, he wanted to return Tang Sun's slap with his own hands. All right, I'll carry you back to rest, Jiang Yu said as he found a stretcher and carried Yixian back to the courtyard. But when he arrived, he was shocked to find that Yixian's room was already a mess, and there was a scarlet word for death on the wall. This Tang Tian is really rebellious. Jiang Yu personally cleaned up the garbage in the Yixian and then made a big ice cube. Here, put Yixian on top. 1,000-year frost? Song Sui Jing exclaimed in surprise. Yes, this will help you recover. You'll need to rest for at least a month. Jiang Yu nodded. Thank you, senior brother. Yixian lied down on the ice bed and smiled. He felt that the ice bed beneath him was not bad. It had indeed increased his recovery speed by quite a bit. He estimated that he wouldn't need a month, he would only need 10 days. After that, Jiang Yu left. He still had something important to do, and that was to report this incident to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. As for Song Sui Jing, she stayed behind to take care of Yixian. However, what surprised Song Sui Jing was that in less than half a day, Yixian's injuries had mostly healed. He could even move his arms, which were just crippled. How was this possible? It's only been half a day. Song Sui Jing was astonished. I told you, it's a life-saving pill, it's priceless. Yixian said with an indifferent tone. But in his mind, he was extremely shocked. After half a day, he could feel that most of his injuries had healed. He had the mid-level 100-flower bloodline in his body, the pill he spent 300 million Devour points to buy, and the ice bed underneath him. These three things can increase his recovery speed. However, the one with the greatest effect was that medicinal pill. What a loss. I accidentally bought an expensive pill and wasted 200 million. Yixian felt bitter, but the situation was urgent, and he didn't have time to think about it. So, he used his remaining Devour points to exchange for the best pill he could. Seeing that Yixian could move again, Song Sui Jing sighed in relief and said, that pill must have been left behind by that senior, right? That's right. Yixian nodded. He knew that Song Sui Jing thought that he got the pill together with the Earth rank body tempering technique, so he didn't explain. After a while, his body could move again. The heavenly fragrance, life-prolonging pill is too miraculous. Not only did it heal my injuries, but it also removed the aftereffects of the explosive technique. I just need to rest for one more night, and I'll be able to return to my peak. Yixian hurriedly sensed it and found that this was not the only surprise. At this time, the Xianxia in his body was much stronger than before. He had just broken through not long ago, but now he was already at his limit. What was going on? Could it be the effect of the heavenly fragrance, life-prolonging pill? No, that's impossible. The pill has never had a hidden attribute. He quickly thought for a moment and finally attributed this surprise to the mid-level 100-flower bloodline. As long as he was seriously injured, his strength would increase after he recovered. This could be the hidden effect of the mid-level 100-flower bloodline. Haha, I really earned big. I didn't lose out this time. Yixian was astonished. Not only did he not lose out this time, he actually earned big. Yixian, your realm, how did it recover? Song Sui Jing could not help but ask. Just now, she clearly felt that all the meridians in Yixian's body were broken, and his Xianxia began to dissipate. Later on, his Xianxia slowly returned, and his meridians were all reconnected. However, at that time, she felt that Yixian's strength was only at the peak of the true energy realm. Now, however, he had recovered and was even stronger than before. Oh, it's the effect of that pill. Yixian casually replied again. Fortunately, you have this kind of divine pill. Otherwise, your life would be ruined. Song Sui Jing also felt that it was unbelievable. At this time, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the courtyard, followed by two people walking in. Grandfather. Song Sui Jing turned her head and saw that it was Song Cheng. She immediately called out. The other person was the first on the earth roll, Jiang Yu. Song Cheng quickly walked in and asked with an expression of disbelief, How is this possible? All your meridians were broken by Tang Sun. How did you? Yi Xian did not want to talk about this topic, so he immediately asked, Senior, where is that old man? That old man suddenly used a martial skill that greatly increased his speed. I couldn't catch up with him, and he escaped into the 100,000 mountain range outside the soaring heaven mansion. Song Chung helplessly shook his head and continued, but Xianxia is already reported to the sect master, and a group of sect elders have gone out to capture him. He escaped. Yi Xian's heart sank. This was not a good sign. Tang Sun was a divine core warrior, and he could do whatever he wanted in the eastern region. If Yi Xian was targeted by him, his life could be in danger at any time. End of chapter. Chapter 205. However, Tang Sun had to rely on his legs to escape. The elders who went out to capture him could ride on the soaring sky rocks, so they should be able to catch him. Let's not talk about this for now. It's fine as long as you're fine. How did you recover? Song Chung asked. I was training outside previously and coincidentally obtained the inheritance of a senior. I also obtained a life-saving pill. Otherwise, I might have become a cripple this time and might even lose my life, Yi Xian replied. In his opinion, even if Tang Sun was captured, he would not be punished too severely because he had already recovered. Therefore, he had to increase Tang Sun's crime so that he would not be able to bear the consequences. You've connected your meridians in such a short time, and your injuries have mostly healed. It seems that this pill is extraordinary. However, don't worry. Tang Sun is dead for sure this time. At least his cultivation will be crippled, Song Chung said. At least? Yi Xian was shocked. Tang Sun was an elder. How could he be crippled just like that? At this moment, he suddenly thought of a possibility. Senior, previously, Yi Xian asked. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Song Chung. Let me ask you first. How did you know that name? Both of them had the same thought. Hearing this, Yi Xian directly answered, It was mentioned in a letter that my father left behind. He asked me to come to the Soaring Sky Mansion to look for him. Father? Song Chung paused for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly widened and he asked, What's your father's name? Yi Chung. Yi Xian answered instinctively. What? Both of them exclaimed in surprise. One of them was Song Chung, and the other was Xianxia. Yi Chung? Isn't he the super genius who won the first place in the Heavenly Mansion more than 10 years ago? Xiangxia's eyes widened. This super genius was Yi Xian's father? Your surname is Yi too. I didn't expect you to be his son, Song Chung said with a shocked expression. The surname, Yi, was considered common. There were dozens of disciples in the Soaring Sky Mansion with this surname. However, he did not expect Yi Xian to be related to Yi Chung. Yi Xian also did not expect this. He thought that Yi Chung was only acquainted with the elders of the Soaring Sky Mansion. He did not expect that Yi Chung was also a disciple of the Soaring Sky Mansion. Where is Yi Chung now? Song Chung continued to ask. I'm not sure either. My father has left home for many years, and he has broken through the shackles of the divine core realm. He left a letter for me to come to Soaring Firmament Manor to look for someone. Yi Xian answered honestly. What? As soon as he said this, the three people in the room were all shocked. He has surpassed the divine core realm. He has actually broken through to the 4th level of the divine soul realm. Song Qing opened his mouth wide. He was a divine core warrior. How could he not understand what this meant? The divine core realm was divided into 3 major realms: mortal core, earth core, and heavenly core. These 3 realms were further divided into initial core, and advanced core. In other words, there were a total of 9 stages in the divine core realm. Although there were only 9 stages between the true spirit realm and the peak of the true profound realm, the difficulty of breaking through these 9 stages in the divine core realm was at least 100 times greater. Song Chung was only at the mortal core realm, and it was said that the Soaring Sky Mansion sect chief was only at the earth core realm. As for Yi Xian's father, Yi Chung, he had actually broken through the shackles of the heavenly core realm a long time ago. He had broken his core and formed his soul, becoming a super mighty warrior who had broken through to the 4th level of the divine soul realm. 4th level of the divine soul realm? So this is the realm after the divine core realm? It sounds so awesome. Yi Xian thought to himself. Yi Xian, are you sure that your father has already surpassed the divine core realm? Song Chung asked in disbelief. Yes, this letter was written by him 8 years ago. At that time, he had already broken through to the divine core realm. Yi Xian nodded his head. Song Chung swallowed his saliva and murmured, 8 years ago, he was already at the 4th level of the divine soul realm. Then now, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. Song Suijing and Jiang were filled with admiration. They knew that Yi Xian came from a low-rank empire, but they never expected that a genius who was even stronger than the sect chief of the soaring heaven mansion would appear in this low-rank empire. Most importantly, this genius was Yi Xian's father. Senior, this Lin Wenyue is... Yi Xian asked curiously. Lin Wenyue? No, she should be called Lin Si now. She is the sect chief's daughter, the great elder of the soaring heaven mansion. Song Chung replied. Sect chief's daughter? Yi Xian and the other two were dumbfounded. I don't mind telling you this. She was your father's junior apprentice sister, and she liked your father. However, your father, he only treated her as his little sister, and after your father left the soaring heaven mansion, she went into secluded cultivation, and she hasn't come out yet. Song Chung sighed and said. Yi Xian and the other two were speechless. They never thought that something like this would happen back then. Father even asked me to look for her. What if she kills me? Yi Xian shuddered. However, Lin Wenyue might know where Yi Chong went. Senior, can I see her? Yi Xian asked. I'm not sure. She has been in seclusion for more than 10 years, and even the sect chief has only seen her a few times. I don't know about you. Song Chung wasn't sure either. After all, Yi Xian was Yi Chong's son. However, after a pause, he said, However, the sect chief and your father had some conflicts, so the sect chief didn't allow you to see the great elder. Conflicts? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he was in big trouble. However, the sect chief also said that if you can enter the top 10 of the heaven roll, he might let you see the great elder, Song Chung added. The top 10 of the heaven roll? Yi Xian gasped. He hadn't even entered the top 10 of the earth roll. Senior, I'm currently a disciple of the underworld palace. How can I enter the heavenly palace? Yi Xian asked. As long as you can enter the top 5 of the earth roll, you'll be qualified to challenge those on the heaven roll. Also, there are only 100 people on the heaven roll. Jiang Yu explained. Yi Xian thought for a moment. He was currently in the top 20 of the earth roll, and if he worked hard, he would be able to break through to the half-step origin core realm and enter the top 10. Although there were only 100 people on the heaven roll, not all of them were at the half-step origin core realm. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to enter the heaven roll. The difficult part was entering the top 5 of the heaven roll. He estimated that the top 5 of the heaven roll were all super geniuses at the divine core realm. Therefore, it was still a bit difficult. Yi Xian, I think you've profited from your misfortune this time. Your Xian energy has reached its peak. Here, I have a few earth rank cultivation skills. You can practice them first. I'll give you more later. Jiang Yu took out a few skill books. Yi Xian put them away. Then he said, Senior disciple, please help me get more materials for my forging. What? You haven't fully recovered from your injuries, and you want to forge? Jiang Yu cried out in surprise. It's all right. I'll rest for a night, and I'll be back to my peak tomorrow. Besides, I'm really short on money right now. Yi Xian answered honestly. End of chapter. Chapter 206. Yi Xian had reached the peak of the true mystic realm and was close to breaking through to the half-step origin core realm. However, he did not have anything in his devouring space, so it was not enough for him to break through to the half-step origin core realm. Therefore, he needed money. All right, I've already ordered a lot of materials. It should be enough for you. Jiang Yu left after saying that, not wanting to disturb Yi Xian's rest. All right, I won't disturb you anymore. Remember what I said just now. If you want to meet the Great Elder, you have to be at least in the top 5 of the heaven list. As for Tang Sun, you don't have to worry about him. He won't be able to escape. Song Chung left after saying that, leaving only Yi Xian and Song Suijing in the room. Then I'll leave too. Have a good rest. Call me if you need anything, Song Suijing said. I'll call you if I need anything. Yi Xian's eyes lit up after hearing that, and he nodded. After a night of rest, Yi Xian had also recovered to his peak. Even he was surprised by the speed of his recovery. The next morning, he went to look for Jiang Yu. Yi Xian, you've recovered? When Jiang Yu saw Yi Xian, he was shocked because Yi Xian did not look any different from before. Instead, his aura was stronger than before. Yes, I've recovered. Yi Xian nodded and said, Senior brother, how many materials do you have for high-grade spiritual artifacts? 100. Is that enough? Jiang Yu grinned. 100? 100? Yi Xian's eyes widened. Now, a high-grade spiritual artifact only cost him 5 million devouring points, but he could sell it for 1,500 mid-grade crystals. 100 of them would be 150,000 mid-grade crystals, which was enough for him to break through to the half-step origin core realm. Not bad. It should be enough for you to use for half a year. Jiang Yu nodded. Previously, there were not many high-grade spiritual artifact blacksmiths, so there were not many materials. However, he had already gone to other places to get more materials. Haha, senior brother, I'll get them for you in 3 days. Yi Xian laughed. 3 days? It seems that you haven't fully recovered yet. Jiang Yu paused for a moment. Previously, Yi Xian sold a high-grade spirit artifact every 2 days. Now it was 3 days. It was obvious that they had regressed. Yi Xian didn't try to defend himself. Senior brother, just give me all the materials. Oh, okay. Jiang Yu nodded slightly and took out all the materials he had collected. Yi Xian put everything into his devouring space. Just as he was about to enter the smithing room, he thought of another problem. He didn't have any more points to devour. Senior brother, can you give me some crystals in advance? Yi Xian asked weakly. How much do you want? Jiang Yu asked in surprise. 50,000 mid-grade crystals. Yi Xian said, 50,000? Jiang Yu was also shocked, but he didn't ask any questions. Yi Xian's status wasn't ordinary, so he simply took out the crystal. Many thanks, senior brother. Yi Xian took the crystals and walked into the smithing room. 3 days later, he walked out of the cave. Jiang Yu was still sitting in the weapon hall. When he saw Yi Xian come out, he said in surprise, Oh, Yi Xian, did you forge a blazing sword? Yi Xian didn't say anything. He took out 2 large boxes from his devouring space. Jiang Yu was a little surprised as he opened it to take a look. He found that there were piles of treasured swords lying quietly inside, and all of them were high-grade spirit artifacts, raging flame swords. What? So many? Jiang Yu was shocked. Senior brother, all 100 blazing swords are complete. Yi Xian said slowly. Hiss. Jiang Yu sucked in a breath of cold air as soon as he heard this. He forged 100 high-grade spirit artifacts in 3 days? How is that possible? Jiang Yu jumped off the recliner and checked them. He found that these blazing swords were the same as before. There were no flaws. Junior brother Yi Yu. Jiang Yu was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Senior brother, it was a blessing in disguise. Not only did I break through to the half-step origin core realm, but my forging skills also improved, Yi Xian said with a smile. Improved? Isn't that a bit too much? Jiang Yu's eyes widened. Breaking through to the half-step origin core realm in 3 days wasn't the main point. The main point was that he forged 100 high-grade spirit artifacts in 3 days. That speed was monstrous. All right, senior brother, if possible, can you help me get some other materials? Yi Xian said suddenly. What do you want? Jiang Yu asked. Black iron essence, black wind, sand. Yi Xian said more than 10 materials in one go. Jiang Yu listened. After that, he exclaimed in shock, These are materials used to forge earth-grade weapons. Don't tell me you. Yes, my forging skills have improved, so I want to try, Yi Xian said with a smile. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment, then nodded his head. All right, I'll go and get some. After that, he took out 100,000 mid-grade crystal stones. This was the reward for Yi Xian's 100 blazing swords. Since he had predicted that there would be 50,000 mid-grade crystal stones, he only had 100,000 left. After that, Yi Xian left. In the past 3 days, with the help of the 50,000 mid-grade crystal stones, he had broken through to the half-step origin core realm. Furthermore, He didn't need any Earth-grade cultivation techniques, as he didn't need any restrictions. This was the benefit of the devouring system. With the 100,000 mid-grade crystal stones, he now had 5 billion devouring points, which was more than enough for him to spend. However, in order to break through to the divine core realm from the half-step origin core realm, he would need far more cultivation resources. Without 1 million mid-grade crystal stones, it would be impossible. But that was all for later. Right now, he had something else to do. The top 10 of the Earth board. However, right after he left, a figure walked toward him. "Senior." Yixian greeted respectfully. "Yixian, you've really recovered." Song Chung was surprised, but he didn't think too much about it. He said, "The reason I'm here is because I have something to tell you. Tang Sun has escaped." "What?" Yixian was shocked. Didn't they say that a mighty warrior rode a soaring sky rock to capture Tang Sun? How could he have escaped? Tang Sun has escaped. Not only that, Tang Tian has disappeared as well. The Great Tang Alliance has collapsed. Song Chung said. This, Yixian paused for a moment. Song Chung slowly said, "You'd better be careful these days." I'll be careful." Yixian understood. He had been targeted by a divine core warrior, and if he wasn't careful, he might die without knowing why. Since you've recovered, then work harder. Even though you've broken through to the half-step origin core realm, don't slack off. Try to break through to the divine core realm as soon as possible. After saying that, Song Chung turned around and left. He was a divine core warrior, and even though Yixian tried his best to conceal his cultivation, he still couldn't hide it from him. But he wasn't too surprised. After all, with a divine realm freak like Yichong around, Yixian, a 16-year-old half-step origin core warrior, was nothing. End of this chapter. Chapter 207. After Song Chung left, Yixian did not return immediately. Instead, he went to another place in the Underworld Manor. The Alchemy Hall. The Alchemy Hall in the Underworld Manor happened to be opened by the people of the Divine Prefecture Alliance. This time, Yixian directly purchased a lot of materials. The materials for forging were relatively small. Moreover, this time, he directly refined 100 blazing swords. Therefore, he was afraid that he would have to wait for a while to obtain the materials. Now, he needed a large amount of crystal stones. Therefore, this time, he wanted to refine pills. Moreover, he wanted to refine a very special type of pill. Luyuan pill. This Luyuan pill could allow a martial artist to directly condense inner core. One did not need to cultivate earth-level cultivation techniques to condense inner core. If this type of pill was promoted, it would definitely be in short supply. Unfortunately, the pill formula of this Luyuan pill was extremely expensive. Yixian spent a total of 800 million Devour points. Fortunately, he still had 100 million Devour points left and 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones to purchase the materials. The materials for the Luyuan pill were very rare. The Alchemy Hall only prepared 2 sets of materials. Moreover, it also cost him 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. After obtaining 2 sets of materials, Yixian directly exchanged for the pill formula. Then he spent another 100 million Devour points to refine 2 Luyuan pills. Damn, I don't even have a single cent on me. I'm so poor. Yixian said helplessly in his heart. Then, he walked in the direction of the weapon hall. When he arrived at the weapon hall, Yixian happened to see Xianxia at the entrance. Yixian, why are you back? Did you leave something in the forging room? Xianxia asked in surprise. Senior brother, I have something to discuss with you. Yixian said. Oh, what is it? Xianxia continued to ask. Yixian did not waste time. He directly took out the 2 Luyuan pills and said, Senior brother, these are the 2 pills that I refined previously. Take a look. What? Junior brother, you know how to refine pills? Xianxia exclaimed as he took the pill and examined it. What an abundance of spiritual energy. What kind of pill is this? What effect does it have? Luyuan Dan. After refining it, the medicinal energy will form Dan essence. However, it can only be used by those at the peak of the true profound realm. Yixian explained simply. Boom! These words struck Jiang Yu's head like a bolt of lightning from the nine heavens. He was dumbfounded by the lightning. Are you sure? Jiang Yu had a look of disbelief. Yes, senior brother. You can find someone to test it on. Yi Xian nodded. Jiang Yu was still a little confused. He had never heard of such a pill, but when he saw Yi Xian's serious expression, he chose to believe him. After all, it was already a miracle that Yi Xian had forged 100 high-grade spiritual tools in 3 days. All right, come with me. Jiang Yu nodded. Then, Yi Xian followed behind Jiang Yu and headed in one direction. Yi Xian was surprised because this path didn't lead to the profound department palace, nor the yellow department palace. That meant they were heading to the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace was the core of the soaring heaven palace, and it wasn't a place that anyone could enter. Both men were traveling at an incredible speed. After Yi Xian broke through to the half-step origin core realm, his speed had increased a lot, and this surprised Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu had a feeling that if Yi Xian broke through to the divine core realm, perhaps even Jiang Yu wouldn't be a match for Yi Xian. 2 hours later, Yi Xian finally saw an unusual place. It was a mountain range covered by a formation. There is a huge energy-gathering formation underneath the heavenly palace. It was constructed by the ancestors of the soaring heaven palace. After that, some almighty man constructed a sealing formation, locking all the energy within the heavenly palace, so it could be passed down to the next generation. Jiang Yu explained to Yi Xian, to be able to construct such a huge energy-gathering formation, I'm sure he's an extraordinary warrior. Besides, I'm sure this formation consumes an astronomical amount of crystal stones every day. Yi Xian sighed. The formation he had constructed for the others required 2 mid-grade crystal stones every day. However, the heavenly palace was a huge place, and the amount of crystal stones it consumed every day was calculated in terms of high-grade crystal stones. I don't know about that, but I know it's huge. All right, I need to find the Vice Alliance Chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Jiang Yu said. Vice Alliance Chief? Yi Xian was shocked. The Vice Alliance Chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance? That meant he was at least a divine core warrior? Upon thinking about this, Yi Xian suddenly felt a huge pressure. The Heavenly Palace was a place where all the geniuses gathered. Although his talent wasn't any weaker than the others, he was still young, so he could only work harder. Both of them started running at full speed. They entered the Heavenly Palace. Compared to the other 3 palaces, the Heavenly Palace was relatively smaller. However, there were over 100 people living here. Aside from the 100 geniuses on the heavenly ranking, there were also newly recruited geniuses living here. What a powerful natural yuan energy. It's 3 times more abundant than my courtyard. Living here is such a pleasure. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although he didn't rely on the natural yuan energy to cultivate, after entering the heavenly palace, he felt relaxed and happy. Senior disciple, since you're already a divine core warrior, why don't you enter the heavenly palace? Yi Xian asked while following behind Jiang Yu. Hearing this, Jiang Yu let out an indifferent laugh. Hee. Although I'm a divine core warrior, I only formed my core when I was 25 years old, and then I merged with a profound beast's inner core. I don't think I'll be able to break through to the earth core realm in my lifetime. That's why I decided to stop cultivating and help out with the Divine Prefecture Alliance's affairs. But senior disciple, being able to break through to the divine core realm is already an amazing feat, Yi Xian said. Amazing? Those senior disciples in the heavenly palace are the truly amazing ones. For example, our alliance chief has broken through to the earth core realm a long time ago, and the sect chief has promised that in a few years, our alliance chief will take over as the sect chief. Jiang Yu said with a smile. Oh, right. Our alliance chief is ranked first on the heavenly ranking, but he went back to the central province last year and hasn't returned yet. Ranked first on the heavenly ranking earth core realm. Yi Xian was speechless. He had guessed that the alliance chief was no ordinary man, and now, after hearing this, he was convinced. The heavenly palace was strictly guarded, and unless someone from the other 3 palaces had something important to do, no one was allowed to enter. But, under Jiang Yu's lead, Yi Xian went straight to the place where the Heavenly Palace's disciples lived. Looking at the deserted and lifeless street, Yi Xian finally understood why Song Suijing didn't want to enter the Heavenly Palace. All the Heavenly Palace's disciples were in secluded cultivation, and there was no one on the street. Most of the people in the Heavenly Palace were from the Divine Continent Alliance, and only a few of them were unaffiliated cultivators. If Song Suijing wanted to enter the Heavenly Palace, she would have to talk to Adjudicator Song. Unknowingly, Yi Xian followed Jiang Yu and arrived in front of an ordinary mansion. "Come, let's go in together." Jiang Yu led Yi Xian into the mansion, but there was no one in the courtyard. "Big brother, are you in there?" Jiang Yu shouted into a room. Yi Xian released his sonic wave to investigate, and he found that there was indeed someone in the room. End of chapter. Chapter 208. However, the way Jiang Yu addressed him shocked Yi Xian. "Big brother?" Not long after that, the door was opened, and a scholarly-looking young man walked out. "Second brother, why are you here?" The young man slowly walked over and glanced at Yi Xian. "Big brother, I have something to discuss with you." This is Yi Xian, who has just joined the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Jiang Yu introduced him to Yi Xian. "This is my big brother, Jiang Lu, ranked second on the Earth ranking and the Deputy Alliance Chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance." "Greetings, Deputy Alliance Chief." Yi Xian respectfully greeted. Jiang Lu once again looked at Yi Xian and said, "You have good talent. Why are you still in the Underworld Palace?" "He'll be promoted after a while," Jiang Yu replied. With Yi Xian's half-step origin core strength, he would definitely be able to fight his way into the heavenly abode. After all, there were still many peak, true, profound realm warriors in the heavenly abode. "Oh, second brother, why are you looking for me?" Jiang Lu nodded and asked. Jiang Yu said, "Yi Xian is a spirit tool blacksmith, and he is a high-grade spirit tool blacksmith. A few days ago, he forged 100 high-grade spirit tools, so I thought, what? A few days ago, he forged 100 high-grade spirit tools?" Jiang Lu interrupted. "That's right, 100 high-grade spirit tools in 3 days. The reason I'm here is to get some forging materials, including Earth-grade ones." After saying that, Jiang Yu took out 2 big boxes. Jiang Lu opened the boxes, and sure enough, there were 100 swords. He was shocked. Earth-grade forging materials. He can forge Earth-grade weapons. Earth-grade weapons were called Earth-grade weapons, and they were different from spirit tools. Even 100 high-grade spirit tools couldn't compare to a single low-grade Earth-grade weapon. Even Jiang Yu and Jiang Lu, who were both divine core warriors, didn't have an Earth-grade weapon. Yi Xian said he wanted to try. "That's why I'm here to ask Big Brother if you have any Earth-grade materials." Jiang Yu said. "This," Jiang Lu paused for a second. "I don't have any, but I can ask my master for some. You guys wait here, I'll be right back." "Big brother, wait, there's one more thing." Jiang Yu hurriedly stopped him and took out 2 Luyuan elixirs from his interspatial ring. "Big brother, these are 2 Luyuan elixirs. After a martial artist at the peak of the true darkness realm takes them, he can directly condense elixir essence." "What?" Jiang Lu was shocked again. "A single pill can make it so." A person at the peak of the true, profound realm was able to condense Jindan essence. Was that so miraculous? If this medicinal pill is really so miraculous, then my Divine Prefecture Alliance, no, my Soaring Heaven Mansion's overall strength will rise by several levels. Jiang Lu said with his eyes wide open. "That's right. The Soaring Heaven Mansion has a few hundred peak, true, profound warriors. If we can mass-produce this pill, the Soaring Heaven Mansion will be able to produce many more divine core warriors, and we will definitely be able to suppress all the sects in the other 3 regions." Jiang Yu nodded his head. Jiang Lu was still in disbelief as he asked, "Where did you get this Luyuan Dan from?" "It's right in front of you. It was made by Yi Xian," Jiang Yu said with a smile. "What?" Jiang Lu gasped. Yi Xian was not only an expert in alchemy, he was also an expert in equipment crafting, and his talent wasn't any worse than any of the others. Not only that, Yi Xian is also an expert in building the foundation of an energy-gathering formation. A few days ago, he had set up one for every single member of the 3 palaces. Jiang Yu continued. After listening to what Yi Xian had to say, Jiang Lu was filled with admiration. He looked at Yi Xian with surprise. Equipment crafting, alchemy, formations. Don't tell me you're an old monster who sneaked into the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Is this Lu Yuan Dan really so miraculous? Vice Alliance Chief, you can ask someone who hasn't condensed Jin Dan essence to try it. Yi Xian said with an indifferent tone. All right, wait here, I'll go get someone. After saying that, Jiang Lu quickly left. If this Lu Yuan Dan was really so miraculous, then the overall strength of the Divine Prefecture Alliance would rise by a few levels. Perhaps the value of this Lu Yuan Dan was even higher than an earth weapon. Soon, Jiang Lu brought a man back. What surprised Yi Xian was that he knew this man. Adjudicator Song. Huh, Yi Xian, why are you here? Adjudicator Song saw Yi Xian as soon as he entered the door and immediately showed a strange expression. Yi Xian, wasn't he a disciple of Hell Mansion? You know each other? Jiang Lu was surprised, but when he saw that there was nothing strange in the eyes of Adjudicator Song and Yi Xian, his heart relaxed. He was afraid that Yi Xian and Adjudicator Song had a grudge. Big brother, this junior brother's sister lives with Yi Xian. Jiang Yu replied, Oh, that's good. Adjudicator, your Xianxia has been cultivated to the extreme, but you haven't condensed Jin Dan essence yet, right? Jiang Lu turned his head and asked. Yes, senior brother. Adjudicator Song nodded. Then take this Lu Yuan Dan and see. Jiang Lu handed a Lu Yuan Dan to Adjudicator Song. Adjudicator Song was startled, but he didn't ask and directly swallowed it, then closed his eyes. Jiang Lu also helped Adjudicator Song refine the Lu Yuan Dan. 5 minutes later, Adjudicator Song suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, Jin Dan essence, I condensed Jin Dan essence. As he spoke, a surge of energy gushed out from his body. This energy was Xianxia, but it was mixed with another weak energy. This second energy was Jin Dan essence, but the amount was very small and ordinary people couldn't feel it. The Lu Yuan Dan is really magical. Junior brother, you have broken through to the half-step Jin Dan realm. Jiang Lu looked at Adjudicator Song excitedly. He didn't expect the Lu Yuan Dan to be real, and it could allow a peak true, profound realm expert to condense Jin Dan essence. Jiang Yu was also shocked. He seemed to have seen the scene of the Soaring Heaven Mansion becoming the leader of the 4 sections. Yi Xian, how many Lu Yuan Dan can you refine? Jiang Lu turned his head and asked. With the refining materials, I can refine an unlimited amount. Yi Xian lightly replied. Good, then tell me the materials. I will ask someone to get it. After Jiang Lu finished speaking, Yi Xian took out a list of materials that he'd written beforehand. Then, Jiang Lu left like lightning. Adjudicator Song was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The Lu Yuan Dan was actually refined by Yi Xian. However, he still had a lot of medicinal power in his body, and he couldn't waste it, so he just sat there quietly to refine it. This time, Jiang Lu left for a long time, and it took him a full hour to return. However, he also brought back 3 elders of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. After Jiang Lu introduced them one by one, Yi Xian also got to know the 3 of them. What shocked Yi Xian was that one of them turned out to be the Supreme Elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. The Soaring Heaven Mansion didn't have a vice sect master. The Supreme Elder was actually the previous sect master of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, but he was old and had to resign. Therefore, the Supreme Elder status was higher than the sect master of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. As for the other 2 people, they were the Chief Blacksmith and Chief Alchemist of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. The 3 high-ranking figures of the Soaring Sky Mansion stood in front of Yi Xian like 3 mountains pressing down on his head. These were 3 super experts of the Earth Core stage. End of chapter. Chapter 209. Yi Xian, I've heard about it. I never expected you to be Yi Chong's son. Did you know that Yi Chong was once my disciple? An old man narrowed his eyes. He was the Grand Elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, Zhou Yan. After hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. He never expected the Grand Elder to be Yi Chong's master. It seems that they were family. Yi Chong, that brat, left after half a year. I never expected him to have already stepped into the 4th stage of the spirit realm. This is truly unexpected. The old man sighed and shook his head. Forget it. The three of us didn't come here for Yicheng. Brat, was the 6 yuan pill really refined by you? Before Yixian could speak, Judge Song opened his eyes and said, Master, the 6 yuan pill is truly a divine pill. I've already condensed my core essence. I know. Sit down first. Zhou Yin nodded. What rank is the 6 yuan pill? Even I have never heard of it. Brat, can you show me the pill recipe? The head alchemist, Elder Lien, said excitedly. Although the three people in front of him were the higher-ups of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, he had spent a lot of points to obtain the 6 yuan pill's recipe. How could he just look at it? I'm sorry, Elder Lien. Yi Xin shook his head. Don't worry, I can buy it from you. Is 10,000 high-grade crystal stones enough? Elder Lien directly offered price. 10,000 high-grade crystal stones. Hearing this price, Yi Xin couldn't help but gasp. 10,000 high-grade crystal stones was equivalent to 1 million middle-grade crystal stones. One must know that the raging flame sword that he had painstakingly forged for 3 days was only worth 150,000 middle-grade crystal stones. What the hell? Alchemists were rich. An Earth Core realm alchemist was a tycoon. He could directly offer 1 million middle-grade crystal stones. Okay, Yi Xian immediately agreed. He immediately took out a pen and paper and began to write. 2 minutes later, Yi Xian wrote down the recipe for the Lu Yuan pill. The details were very detailed, and there were dozens of preparation steps. Good, straightforward. Take it, kid. Elder Lien took out a bag of crystal stones from his Cosmos ring. Yi Xian took it and opened it. F***CK. A crystal with 5 corners. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The substandard crystal was round. The low crystal was rhombus. The middle crystal was triangular. The high crystal was square. And the crystal with 5 corners was the best crystal. 100 top-grade crystals were equivalent to 10,000 high-grade crystals and 1 million mid-grade crystals. The number was correct. What a windfall. What a windfall. 800 million Devour points is worth 800 high-grade crystal stones. That's a dozen times higher. Yi Xian's heart was already bursting with joy. However, after breaking through to the half-step origin core realm, he couldn't see the end of his leveling up. 10,000 high-grade crystal stones might not be enough. Elder Lien, the head alchemist of the Soaring Sky Mansion, took a look at the recipe. His face sank as he said in shock, Kid, is this recipe real? It's real. Yi Xian nodded. I can barely refine this recipe. You're only at the half-step origin core realm. How can you refine it? Elder Lien asked in surprise. This, Yi Xian quickly thought about it and explained, I received an inheritance from a senior and obtained a special alchemy and refining method. Therefore, this recipe isn't difficult for me. Now, his lying skills had improved tremendously. All he had to do was to randomly fabricate a person who didn't exist. I have a set of materials here. Can you refine one on the spot? Elder Lien was obviously interested in this special alchemy method. I'm sorry. I swore an oath not to refine or refine pills in front of others. Yi Xian shook his head. All right. Elder Lien didn't force him. Since he swore an oath, going back on his words might cause a heart demon in the future, which would affect his cultivation. At this time, the head alchemist of the Soaring Sky Mansion, Elder Hu, said, Jiang Lu said that you can refine 100 high-grade spirit artifacts in 3 days. Is this true? Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Even I can't refine 100 high-grade spirit artifacts in 3 days. It seems that your refining method is very special. Now that you want to refine materials for an Earth-grade artifact, do you want to try? Elder Hu asked again. Yi Xian nodded again. All right. I have a set of materials for an Earth-grade artifact. Go and see if you can refine one, Elder Hu said. He could also refine an Earth-grade artifact, but it required a lot of time. He wanted to see if Yi Xian could refine an Earth-grade artifact and how long it would take. Elder Hu, there's no hurry. After Supreme Elder Zhou Yin finished speaking, he looked at Yi Xian and said, Yi Xian, if it's possible, I hope that you can refine a Lu Yuan Dan for the Soaring Sky Mansion. I will prepare the materials for you. I will buy all the refined Lu Yuan Dan for 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. What do you think? 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Yi Xian calculated in his heart. The materials for a Luyuan Dan were around 5,000 mid-grade crystal stones and 50 million Devour points for refining it. Now that he had free materials, he only needed to spend 50 million Devour points to refine a Luyuan Dan. Simply put, every time he refined a Luyuan Dan, he would earn 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones and 50 million Devour points. Of course, he would accept this deal. All right, 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones for one Luyuan Dan. Yi Xian nodded immediately. Also, I will prepare the materials for an Earth-grade artifact for you. If it's a success, the materials will be free. Moreover, each Earth-grade artifact will cost 200,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Zhou Yin continued. No problem. Yi Xian continued to agree. If the refinement failed, he would have to pay for the materials. But would he fail? An Earth-grade artifact was equivalent to 20 Luyuan Dawn. But Yi Xian didn't have enough funds right now, and the blueprint for an Earth-grade artifact was too expensive. He needed to refine a single Luyuan Dan first. After that, the 3 Soaring Heaven Mansion's top echelons left to prepare the materials. Looking at their backs as they left, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud in his heart. A single Luyuan Dan was bought by the Soaring Heaven Mansion for 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Since the Soaring Heaven Mansion had many strongholds in the central province, he would be able to sell these Luyuan Dan to them and make a huge profit. But he was already satisfied with the price of 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Perhaps he would be able to break through to the divine core realm in just a short period of time. At that point of time, he would definitely be able to fight his way into the heavenly abode. Although he was just a time traveler, he still wanted to meet this unlucky guy's father, who was so strong. After that, Yi Xian followed Jiang Yu back to the Manor of Hell. As for the Luyuan Dan, Yi Xian gave it to Adjudicator Song. The latter was grinning from ear to ear and nearly called Yi Xian brother-in-law. As for the remaining Luyuan Dan, Yi Xian decided to keep it for himself. He would give it to Song Sui Jing when she broke through to the peak of the true profound realm. End of this chapter. Chapter 210. After returning to the Manor of Hell, Yi Xian went straight home and closed the door behind him. The 100 top-rank crystals were all devoured by him, and Yi Xian, who only had a few tens of thousands of Devour points, suddenly obtained a huge amount of Devour points, a total of 10 billion. 10 billion Devour points. Ha, what a great deal. Yi Xian let out 3 wild laughs. He had worked so hard for so long, but the total amount of Devour points he obtained was less than 5 billion. But now he had obtained 10 billion in one go. This was great. Now, he had enough to buy the Earthly Weapon Atlas. But, as the materials weren't here yet, he put it aside for now. But, his expression quickly turned gloomy because the 100 top-rank crystals had only increased his core energy by a little bit. He was still far from the divine core realm. This is a money-sucking system. But every time I level up, I get a lot of new things. Let me see. Yi Xian immersed his mind into the Devour Point system. He could be considered as a tycoon now, and he started buying a lot of things. But right at this moment, a series of footsteps could be heard coming from outside the door. Yi Xian, what are you doing in there? Why are you laughing so hard? Song Suijing's voice could be heard. Yi Xian walked over and opened the door. It was indeed Song Suijing standing outside the door, but she was looking at him with a strange expression. Nothing, I just found something good. Yi Xian casually replied. After that, he took out a small jade pendant and gave it to Song Suijing. Then he said, "This is for you." "Where did you get this?" "It's so ugly. It doesn't look like anything. How can a girl wear something like this? Also, why are you giving me something like this?" Song Suijing asked curiously. "This is a heart-calming jade pendant. It can defend against inner demons, and it can also increase your cultivation speed. You can just wear it on your hand when you're cultivating. Who told you to wear it on your neck?" Yi Xian rolled his eyes. He didn't care what it looked like as long as it could be used. One should know that this small piece of jade had cost him 100 million Devour points. Increase my cultivation speed? Song Suijing's eyes lit up after hearing what Yi Xian said. She could feel a huge amount of pressure from Yi Xian, and if she didn't work harder, she might be left behind by Yixian. She immediately grabbed the jade pendant, but after thinking for a moment, she asked, Yi, why are you giving me this thing? Gift. Is there a need for a reason? Yixian asked in return. After Song Suijing heard this, he was secretly delighted and pouted playfully. You've become smooth-tongued recently. This is all thanks to Her Highness the Princess. Yixian smiled. All right, open the door. I'll set up a new spirit convergence array for you. Why do you need to rearrange it? Song Suijing was puzzled. The spirit gathering array in her room already had a base. She only needed to place 2 mid-grade crystals on top of it, and it could operate for a day. I made a breakthrough in the spirit gathering array, so I'll give you a better one. Do you want it? If not, I'm leaving. Yixian said. Yes. Song Suijing quickly opened the door. Yixian walked in and came out in less than 10 minutes. Okay, the effect is twice as good as before, but only in your room. Don't tell anyone else. Yixian reminded her. He didn't want to upgrade other people's spirit gathering arrays. Now, he didn't care about this small amount of money. Where are you going now? Song Suijing saw that Yixian was about to leave, so she quickly asked, I'm going to the profound department. You should hurry up and cultivate. When you break through, I'll give you a surprise. Yixian said and turned to leave. This time, he was going to the profound department. A surprise? Song Suijing looked at Yixian's back with anticipation. After leaving, Yixian went to the profound department and upgraded Zhao Pan's spirit gathering array. He also gave them some things, such as the tranquil jade pendant and a high-grade spiritual weapon. Zhao Pan and Song Suijing cultivated very hard. With Yixian's help, they were already at the peak of the true energy realm. Yixian estimated that they would be able to break through to the true darkness realm in a short period of time. At that time, he would let them challenge the profound board and become official disciples. When Yixian returned, he found that there was already someone waiting in his courtyard. It was the supreme elder of the Soaring Sky Mansion, Zhou Yin. At the same time, Song Suijing stood respectfully at the side. Yixian, I've already prepared the materials for you. 10 sets of forging materials for earth weapons and 100 sets of refining materials for Luyuan pills. Zhou Yin directly threw an interspatial ring to Yixian. Yixian was shocked. It had only been a while, but the materials were already prepared. Zhou Yin's efficiency was really high. Supreme Elder, I'll start today. Yixian nodded. Wait, the spirit gathering array in the little girl's room was set up by you. Zhou Yin suddenly called out to Yixian. Yes. Yixian nodded again. Zhou Yin sighed and said, It's not good for you to master refining, alchemy, and array at the same time. I think it's best for you to give up on arrays and focus on refining and alchemy. This junior will remember. Yixian replied respectfully. He would do whatever Zhou Yin said. After all, he didn't need to cultivate, so it didn't matter. All right, this time I came here for another matter. This little girl is Judge's younger sister. Her aptitude is not bad, so I want to accept her as my disciple. Your aptitude is better, but because of your father, I think it's better to forget about it. Zhou Yin sighed helplessly. He had a total of 3 disciples. One was Jiang Lu, the second was Judge Song, and now he had added Song Suijing. However, he felt that Yixian was comparable to the 3 of them. Yicheng was also his disciple, but Yicheng had disappeared for more than 10 years. He was no longer his disciple. Hearing this, Yixian was startled and said, So you're saying that you're going to the heavenly abode?